Hello, can we call the house to order, please? May I please invite all of us to be comfortably seated? Right, I think we've had enough time for networking. Can we start the business of the day? Can we please all comfortably rise as we observe the national anthem? You. Shall we please, if you go to the first page of your program while still standing, you have the national anthem there. We'll together recite the third stanza together. That's the national prayer. Shall we please all rise? O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you. Please be seated. I have a very, very long list of very important people that are gathered here today to celebrate with TAConnect. I need to be very, very emphatic about that. TAConnect, who are in the last 5 years been advancing sustainable health systems and are still doing that. I feel extremely proud to be part of this today. I've looked around. The executive director is a woman. I've looked around. The deputy is a woman. The chairperson of the organizing committee is a woman. And I just came here this morning celebrating a Nigerian woman made it on the UN seat. So even if we don't have that special seat, we are still making waves. And to these strong women, and for those supporting he for she's that are here with us, please just give yourselves a round of applause. You would please permit me to, as much as possible, go through some of the long lists that I have. There's a particular person in the hall today who my lawyer is going to write because he conscripted me into accepting to do this work. But the joy about it is that I'm so happy to be here. When we talk about health strengthening, that's my passion, and that's why I'm with you today. But quickly, before I give my very, very open remarks, very short, I'd like for us to have and give a very warm welcome to the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Salako, who is ably represented here this morning by Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Ozi, who is representing. You're welcome, sir. I'd also like to recognize Dr. John Ovuraje, representing Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. You're welcome, Dr. John. And for me, this next Permanent Secretary, is one that I would want all of us to give a very loud round of applause. You know, when you are a director and you see the birth of intervention and you're seeing the closing of that circle, I think it's something to celebrate. So for us women, we can get it done. Please welcome with me the former director of family planning, now permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, Dr. Brian Okarie. Thank you. Thank you for all the job that you've done to ensure that at least the support that we get today for TAConnect, you have been part of that dream. Haven't recognized those. I'd also like to recognize all the directors or head of parastatals that are here with us. I expect from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, from National Health Insurance Agency, from the NCDC, and of course, special advisor to Mr. President on Public Health and your representative, mandate secretary from FCT. We know that the commissioners will join us, state commissioners will join us at some point. So in essential, we like to say that we're welcoming you and we're happy that you'll join us. We know that you have to be away for now. Haven't recognized everyone here, partners and all that. I'd like to start with the TAConnect team. The chairman knows that I'm very lenient, so I would ask my lawyer to be very lenient because I'm sure he gave a nod to my holding the microphone in front of you. I'd like to recognize a man that I worked with to ensure better nutrition for Nigerian children, and of course, okay, right. And he's the chairman board of directors TAConnect, and he looks better than in those days of the villa when he looks like he doesn't get to sleep. So welcome with me Dr. Muhammad Kamal Abdurrahman, who is the chair of the board of directors. I'd also like to welcome with us the Chair, HR and Operations Committee, TAConnect, Mr. John Usham Emba Pilaku, my brother. You have to forgive me. I'm still trying to call this name. And I did say to you that proudly that the executive director is a woman, TAConnect. And that's why everything is in place. Just ensure that you put a woman there. You can go to bed to ensure that things are done. And that's why we can celebrate success in 5 years. Dr. Lillian Anumachi, you're welcome. I think she deserves another loud round of applause. I'd also like to quickly bring on board the Chief Operating Officer, TAConnect, Dr. Uchia Woma Akowiwi Ibe. Did I get right? I didn't get it right. You have to teach me again. Thank you. I'd like also to recognize that the planning committee, you've done a wonderful job. When you have boss a day on your jugular, you have no choice but to get it done. So the planning committee, we know we have development partners here and members of the CSOs here that are here with us. Welcome you, and we would mention you in person or as a group when the time arises. We have dignitaries, former permanent secretaries from the states. I have my sister here, Hajia Habiba from Ilorin, Kwara State. You're welcome. Thank you for being part of this. All I said was that women are doing something. You join your women. Well, my sister Bola is here. You're welcome. I've also seen our sisters in uniform, members of the armed forces present. You are also very welcome. Thank you very, very much for showing up. We, we do know that everyone here is important. The guest speaker today does not need, I don't know how he does it, you know. It's like he has his tentacles in every place, but most importantly, with public health. And he's doing that not just in Nigeria, but across the continent. And so at the appropriate time, I would give you more information about him, but he's here with us, Dr. Francis. You're welcome, Dr. Francis Ihedo, who is our guest speaker for today. You're sandwiched among very strong women. Bless you. We also have I call him my son with endless energy, Dr. Ifoma, who is going to be the moderator. At some point is going to be here with us. You're welcome. Welcome with your group. I have my group here from the International Society of Media and Public Health. You are also welcome, led by Mrs. Folu Duke. And so all of us are important. I wonder if I have members of the Nigerian media here present, would like to acknowledge that you're here. So, good morning, everyone. There's a saying that true impact is not measured by the number of years we exist, but by the number of lives we transform. Today, we are gathered to celebrate 5 remarkable years of transforming ideas into action, 5 years of strengthening health systems, 5 years of building partnerships that matter, 5 years of creating solutions that continue to improve the lives of countless people across Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TAConnect at 5. Today is not simply about looking back with pride. It is about celebrating a vision that became a movement, partnerships that became lasting relationships, and innovation that continues to shape stronger, more resilient health systems. For the past 5 years, TAConnect has stood alongside governments, founders, development partners, healthcare providers, and communities, delivering technical expertise that has strengthened systems, supported innovation, and improved health outcomes where they matter. Every project has a story. Every partnership has built trust. Every milestone has brought us one step closer to a healthier, more sustainable future. And that brings us to the powerful theme of today's celebration, celebrating systems and scaling innovation and sustaining change. The theme is more than a slogan, it is a call to action and reminds us that meaningful change is not created by an organization alone. It is built through collaboration, driven by innovation, and sustained by people who believe that every community deserves quality health and every system can be made stronger. At this, I would like to say that I'm happy to be here. And before I continue with the agenda as laid down, I'd quickly like to recognize that we have Dr. Yemi Suleiman with us of Gates Foundation. You're welcome. Dr. Oniyere Adetiloye of Japaiko, you are also welcome. That's good. So we are getting stronger, collaborating and working faster to ensure that today we honor the remarkable journey that has brought TAConnect to this milestone. More importantly, we celebrate every individual and institution that has been part of that journey. Our government, partners, donors, implementing partners, health workers, community leaders, and the dedicated TAConnect team whose passion and expertise continue to make a difference. Having said that, I'd like now to bring my brother on, the chair of the board of TAConnect, himself a consummate public health expert. Okay. Well, he would come to welcome us, but I hear the safety officer of the hotel is very eager to speak to us. These are times that you have to look back and ensure that the person working next to you is a friend. And I'm sure that members of the armed forces that are here would give me a nod for that. Very important, security. May I please call our security expert for the hotel to please give us a quick reminder of what we need to do to ensure that everything here is secured. Over to you, sir. Thank you. You have 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel. My name is Ali Mohammed. I'm the hotel safety manager. For your safety and security, it is important to tell you the protocols as regards the use of this hall, so that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. However, before I continue, if there's a need for you to use the convenience, it is very easy to locate. If you just go out through the main entrance door, just look straight, you see the convenience. When you get there, there are 2 doors. The door to the left-hand side is for the female convenience, while the door to the right-hand side is for the male convenience. Please, it is important you always look before you enter, so that you don't find yourself in a wrong destination. Aside that, we have not scheduled today for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell that lasts from 5 to 10 seconds or beyond that, that suggests that something is wrong somewhere or is a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please do not panic, be calm, because we have emergency response team members on ground to do the needful should something go contrary to our expectation. Then, if evacuation becomes necessary, we have 2 assembly points. 1, if you go out through this main entrance door, just walk straight to the main entrance of the Ladikwali Hall. There are 3 exit doors there. Just gently go out through any of the exit doors As soon as you go out, turn to the left. You see the muster point where you are expected to assemble based on your group, as others are also having their event within the Ladi Hall. If assembling will not be possible there for whatsoever reason, you are advised to go to our alternative assembly point, and you can get there by going out through any of the two exit doors to my left hand side. As soon as you go out, turn to the left, you start seeing directional signages that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then on the security aspect, this is a public place, as we all know, though it's a controlled environment. It is therefore important that your personal valuable belongings, more especially your mobile phones and bags, should not be left unattended should you have a cause to leave where you are seated. Maybe going to the convenience for tea break or lunch or whatsoever your reason may be, so that you not have a cause to complain of either loss, damage, or misplacement of any item. Just like other organizations, Abuja Continental Hotel will not be liable for that. So please be guided. We pray there will be no medical issues, but should there be any concern, we have certified first aiders on ground to do the needful. And whatsoever beyond first aid, we have a clinic on site you'll be referred to for better treatment. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We because I belong to a faith that believes that God is omnipotent and omnipresent. So we are all covered here, but please ensure that you also take note of all the security awareness that he has spoken to. Okay. Thank you. We have more guests coming in. We have MS Fumi Adesoya, Head of Global Health Team, Security Team. You're welcome. Dr. Gertrude Odezugo is also here. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. Onyeka Igwe Bokwe, Gates Foundation. You're welcome. Dr. Charity Changai of, I can't read this well, CHESIDS. I hope I'm right. That's what I have, but the writing is not very legible. Dr. Charity, you're welcome. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to invite Dr. Muhammad Kamal Abdul Rahan, Chairman Board of Directors of TAConnect, to welcome us here.
Everyone here is looking good. It's amazing. Good morning to you all. I have a set of protocol list here. I have a set of protocol list here that would accommodate all the dignitaries and the personalities recognized by my sister here, Moji. So I would like to kindly request me to go by my protocol list here. Distinguished guests, esteemed representatives of government ministries, agencies and parastatals, donors, development partners, implementing partners, private sector, members of the media, friends, and staff of TAConnect, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Technical Advice Connect, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this important milestone event as we mark 5 years of purposeful service, partnership, learning, and impact. Today is both a celebration and a call to renewed action. It is a moment to pause and reflect on how far we have come, to acknowledge the people and institutions that have walked this journey with us, and to look ahead with clarity, confidence, and purpose towards the future we must continue to build together. TAConnect was established to respond to a critical need. The need for a coordinated, high-quality, demand-driven technical assistance that strengthens primary healthcare systems and improves the delivery and uptake of reproductive, maternal, newborn, and child health services. Over the last 5 years, Technical Advice Connect has grown from an innovative technical assistance hub into a trusted partner working with government institutions, donors, and implementing partners to deliver context-responsive solutions across Nigeria. Our anniversary theme, strengthening systems, scaling innovation, and sustaining change, captures the heart of TAConnect's journey and the ambition that must guide our next phase. Health systems are strengthened not by isolated interventions, but by intentional collaboration, evidence-informed decisions, capable institutions, empowered frontline workers, responsive communities, and accountable leadership. Innovation becomes meaningful when it is adapted to local realities, scaled with commitment, and sustained through ownership. Change becomes lasting when it is embedded in systems, financed more responsibly, and driven by the people and institutions closest to the community we serve. In 5 years, Technical Advice Connect has supported states to identify priority health system bottlenecks, co-create solutions, strengthen governance and leadership, improve service delivery, build workforce capacity, promote data use for decision-making, deepen community engagement, and institutionalize approaches that can thrive beyond project cycles. Through these efforts, Technical Advice Connect has contributed to improve primary healthcare performance and supported the adoption and scale-up of high-impact maternal and newborn health interventions, including the rollout of the largest group antenatal model in sub-Saharan Africa, and scaling the emotive postpartum hemorrhage bundle to prevent, detect, and manage postpartum hemorrhage and contribute to the reduction of maternal mortality in Nigeria. Therefore, today's gathering is more than a commemoration. It is a strategic convening. It brings together the leaders, partners, policymakers, innovators, and communities whose collective commitment is essential to the future of healthcare in Nigeria. As chairman of the board, I'm particularly proud that TAConnect has remained anchored on partnership, technical excellence, accountability, and measurable impact. We recognize that no single organization can transform Nigerians' healthcare delivery systems alone. Progress is made when government provides stewardship, partners align behind shared priorities, communities are heard, data informs action, and innovations are supported to move the promise of practice. I would like to express our deep appreciation to the federal and state governments, including the Ministry of Health, the Gates Foundation, Bloomberg Philanthropies, Pfizer, the US Department of State, to all our implementing partners, the healthcare workers, traditional and community leaders, and all collaborators who have trusted TAConnect and invested in this journey. Your confidence and partnership have shaped the organization we celebrate today. I must also commend the management and staff of TAConnect for their dedication, passion, professionalism, and resilience in translating vision into results. Looking forward, this 5th anniversary marks the beginning of a new chapter. The launch of TAConnect Strategic Plan 2025 to 2030 will help define how to deepen our contribution to resilient, equitable, and sustainable healthcare services. The next phase will require stronger partnerships, more flexible financing, greater use of data and digital innovation, and continued commitment to locally led solutions that respond to the realities of states and communities. Today, let us celebrate the progress achieved and think boldly about what must come next. Let us strengthen the relationships that make impact possible. Let us identify new opportunities for collaboration. Above all, let us renew our shared commitment to delivering quality healthcare for everyone, especially for women and children. It is therefore my honor, on behalf of the Board of Directors, management, and staff of TAConnect, to welcome you warmly to the TAConnect at 5th anniversary. And I wish us all a fruitful deliberations, meaningful connections, and renewed inspiration as we continue the work of strengthening systems, scaling innovation, and sustaining change. Once again, I thank you, and I welcome you to these landmark and historic events. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the chair, board of directors of TAConnect. I liked that passing shot that we should keep connecting, but ensuring that resilience, but most importantly, ensuring that health for all is equitable, is accessible, and it works for us. We continue now with goodwill messages, and this will include the government, donors, and strategic partners. When we speak to strategic partners, I think that the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, it's one strategic partner that we can't move the needle in terms of success if they are not in the room or on the table with us. And representing the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Muyi Aino, is the Director. Dr. Nana Sanda Abubakar, you're welcome. A woman in purple. Thank you. Please let's welcome her wonderfully, because it's also important. Communication is also an integral part of ensuring health for all. And I know that the Health Watch team is here that have been working across the country to ensure the stories are told right, and of course, communication, risk communication management is also put to play. I know that I have Chubike there. Are there other Health Watch? Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for being part of us. So we'll start from the Gates Foundation. Let's start from the Gates Foundation. If we have the representative of Gates Foundation here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Onyeka is here. Who will kick off the real messages? Actually, you can.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the members of the board, the executive director, and the entire TAConnect team, good morning. My name is Onyeka Igwebike, the Deputy Director for Strategy Planning and Management for the Nigeria Country Office at the Gates Foundation. It's my immense pleasure to be in this gathering today. And I want to just start off by saying an immense thank you to Dr. Lillian and to the entire TAConnect team. I know everybody sees 5 years, but for the Gates Foundation, this is an 8-year journey. And we're incredibly proud to see where the team is today and the work that the team has achieved to date. The foundation recognized a gap in the way technical assistance was delivered to our partners at the state level. And one of the first things we talked about was how exactly do we improve TA support? How exactly do we make sure that we're able to select local partners that are closer to the narrative and closer to the context and might be able to deliver better value to the community that they serve? And that kind of started the thinking around TAConnect, around what we could potentially design to be able to do this work. And we had an incredible team that was going to work on this. We did a lot of research. We spoke to a lot of our partners to be able to kind of figure out what this design looks like. And this was, led by our able Dr. Charity Chenge. I'm so happy to see her this morning. TAConnect was really designed to identify the most suitable partners that were going to support the state to be able to deliver technical assistance. And one of the ways we're thinking about that was pretty much, how do you make sure that we move away from our traditional way of doing things, which is we would design, there's a problem, how do you sit down, you design, you identify a partner, then you go ahead to the state and say, oh, this is the problem you have and we want to solve it. But the approach TAConnect was going to take was very different, which is you go and speak to the states, let the state identify what the issue is, and together with the state, you identify who the partner is that is going to provide solutions that were specific to them. So today we celebrate not only 5 years of existence, but 5 years of purposeful impact. The work the team has done since inception has been absolutely phenomenal. There are very few instances where you can see the transformative work of our partners and across the globe in different settings really be backed by not just their own program data, but by national survey. So a really big thumbs up to the team and the level of effort that has gone into doing this. This journey reflects a belief that has always guided the Gates Foundation, that sustainable progress is achieved when strong local institutions are empowered to lead. TAConnect is a testament to that, to local leadership, technical expertise, excellence, partnerships, and a shared commitment to improve lives. The team has put their best foot forward at every single call, at every single request, and we celebrate this milestone because we know that there is more to come. The strength of the work of strengthening Nigerian health system remains as important as ever. Achieving equitable access to primary health care, improving maternal and child health, expanding immunizations, building resilient systems. These are things that will continue, and we expect them to continue in the sense of partnership with government, partnership with partners who are on ground in those settings, and partnership among partners who are going to be able to jointly pool their resources and expertise to see some progress happen. We're encouraged by the work that TAConnect has done. We're encouraged by the way that they're able to negotiate and the way they're able to identify partners on ground to do this work. We're also encouraged by the support they get from the state actors and from the government partners they've been able to identify, and the level of respect and mutual accountability that the TAConnect brings to the table is absolutely astonishing, and we hope that this is something that is going to continue. And one of the things I wanted to add as part of this is, as we do all of this, there's one thing that has been very outstanding for TAConnect, which is the leadership of Dr. Lillian. And as the team executed over time, there was one thing that was constantly stood out, was the level of excellence that she demanded of her team, and also the level of excellence that the team brought forth in every engagement that we had. And I think that also translates to the quality of work that they delivered. To that we say thank you, TAConnect. Thank you to the board, to the management, to the staff, the partners and supporters for your dedication, professionalism, and unwavering commitment. Your work is making a difference, and on behalf of the Gates Foundation, I congratulate the TAConnect team on these significant milestones, and we look forward to the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Onyeka from Gates Foundation. We'll move on quickly, and please, may I just say that you have your allotted time. Please speak within the allotted time for the goodwill messages. I'll go straight to Bloomberg Philanthropist. Dr. Olayinka Badmus would please address the audience. Yes, she's not. Okay. All right. Before I go to DAI, Dr. Joe Abba, I'd like to recognize that we have Princess Jumai Iduneje in the hall. She is representing the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. Oh, is she coming? All right, Princess, you're welcome. Next, quickly, I'd like to call on Dr. Olayinka Badmos. You're not here? I'll go to Jaipako, Dr. Oniyire Adetiloye. Right. Okay. Dr. Adetiloye. Good to see you again.
I thought I was the last on the list. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm pleased to be here. So I will just sit on the protocol that was established by the chairman of the board. Thank you, Dr. Kamal. So I'm very happy. I'm pleased to be here. I'm Dr. Adetiloye Onire, and I work for Japaigo. Japaigo is affiliated to Johns Hopkins University. When I got the invitation for this meeting, TAConnect was celebrating 5 years. I was saying, could it be a typo? 5 years? Because it was so, I was amazed that we are just 5 years down the line, because I can still remember vividly when DAI was incubating and translating to TAConnect. I mean, Dr. Agbara and the rest of the team came to our office and said, this is what they are trying to do through the Gates Foundation and that. So I couldn't understand that time, but I was very pleased that the transformation that DAI was working with the Gates Foundation would see where we'll have a local content. We have Nigerians' own NGO taking the leadership. And I can see the journey now where we are, 2019 down the line. TAConnect has done reasonably well. I also remember that they were coming on the platform of Group ANC. And this was a platform that Japaigo championed with the rest of the other team. And then, so this is an investment that Gates Foundation was taking through the TAConnect. So it means that there's going to be a transformational change. TAConnect is going to be one leading that investment, giving funding to other partners, including Japaigo. You know, so we were one of the group that was to be funded through that platform. But one thing stood out for me, two key things. One, I saw integrity, you know. So TAConnect, we've gotten many funding from the Gates Foundation, it was very easy for us to implement our funding. But through TAConnect, they said they are going to do onboarding. I said, okay, I'll be part of the team. So they grilled us for over 5 hours, asking questions, going through the due diligence. So that clearly showed to me at that time that this is an organization that know where they are going. Abosede and the team, they did excellently well. We're answering questions left, right, and center. But it was a process that I was very proud of. They were even asking Japaigo, how long have you people been here? So show us this, show us that. I said, wow. So, but I was very amazed and impressed with the team. So that shows that this team really know what they are doing. Second thing that also stood out for me, longevity, right? So this is just 5 years down the line. It was on the other day, I was with EQs. They were celebrating 25 years. Japaigo did like 50 years. So meaning that we are maturing as a nation, as an organization, as an institution. Meaning that, so I want to be invited when you are doing your 10 year, 15 year, 20 year, and down the line. So I want to, on behalf of my team and the entire Japaigo family, congratulate your leadership, the integrity you've been to bear that. The work is not done. There's still a lot to be done. So, and there's a lot to do in Nigeria. So we will be counting on you and the other partner to roll up your sleeve and let's get to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Japaiko. The excitement about today is that everything is evidence-based. He's talking about how he was grilled, even inviting me here. Not that I asked to be here, I was also grilled. But I'm but I'm happier. I'm happy I did. Yes. We'll move straight to members, in the public sector. But before then, I think I saw Chai. Yes, walked in. Dr. Fashawe, Country Director Chai, you're welcome. Thank you so very much. We'll move on quickly. I'd like to invite Dr. Nana Sada Abubakar, who is representing the Executive Director of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, to address us. Thank you very much. Primary healthcare is an essential, so let's welcome her very, very warmly. That's not warm enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the established protocol. On behalf of my Executive Director and CEO, Dr. Mui Aino, it is my pleasure to congratulate TAConnect on this milestone, getting to the 5th anniversary. TAConnect has been supporting the government of Nigeria to realize the vision of strengthening the health system. With the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Initiative, which is driven through a sector-wide approach, we can see that the operational model of TAConnect aligns with the government's strategic direction. And for MPHCDA, looking ahead, with the efforts that went on in the past year to revitalize the primary healthcare sector, looking ahead, the focus is on consolidation and scaling up the initiatives, particularly around the reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, adolescent health, and focusing on improving the quality of service delivery at the primary healthcare level. And that very much aligns with what TAConnect is. So we appreciate the efforts in supporting and complementing the government efforts, and we look forward to the coming years and more support to ensure that we realize the vision of making Nigerians healthy together. Thank you.
Thank you for the assurance. Thank you very, very much. We're moving on, and this time we're hearing from the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Representing the Honorable Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Salako, is Dr. Ozi, who will now address the audience. Thank you. From the Federal Ministry of Health, the Parent Ministry, happy to welcome Dr. Ozi to the microphone.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Why I want to align myself with the existing protocol, I still want to recognize our permanent secretary, who is unavoidably absent here, who is supposed to be represented by Director, Health Planning, Research and Statistics, but unfortunately, he could not be here for now, but he's still coming. He's engaged with another meeting representing the ministry, the coordinating minister of health in the ministry. I want also to recognize my predecessor, who have been elevated to the position of permanent secretary, Dr. Ukaere. Thank you for honoring our invitation. She's the permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. Permit me also to recognize the board chairman of the board of directors, TAConnect, and your team. Good morning. Having said that, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, in person of Dr. Razak Adekunle Salako, sends his apology for not being able to be here this morning. That is not in his character. Our Honorable Minister of State is one person that honors all invitations, whether big or small. People here can testify to that. So he sends his apology for not being able to be here. And as a messenger that I am, I'm not supposed to add a word or subtract a word from what he sent me to tell you people. So on that note, I want to deliver his address. He said, "It is with great pleasure that I join you today to commemorate the 5th anniversary of TAConnect under the inspiring theme, Strengthening Health System, Scaling Innovation, and Sustaining Change. This occasion is not only a celebration of year of dedication and collaboration, but also an opportunity to reflect on lessons learned, acknowledge achievement, and reaffirm our collective commitment to improving health outcomes for Nigerians. Today's celebration also provides an opportunity to acknowledge 5 years of achievements, reflect on how strategic partnerships contribute to Nigeria's broader health transformation agenda, and accelerate progress towards improved health outcomes for all Nigerians. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, I congratulate the leadership and entire team of TAConnect for reaching these important milestones and their contributions towards strengthening health system and supporting service delivery across programs areas. This anniversary theme strongly aligns with the federal government's vision for transforming the health sector through the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative. The Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative represents Nigeria's commitment to repositioning health as a strategic national investment and not merely a social expenditure. Through this reform agenda, government seeks to build a more resilient, equitable, and accountable health system that delivers quality healthcare services for every Nigerian. The initiative prioritizes strengthening governance, improving service delivery, investing in human resources for health, enhancing health information system, promoting local ownership, and increasing efficiency across health sector. These priorities resonate strongly with work that TAConnect has supported over the last 5 years. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, through support to group antenatal care, TAConnect has contributed to improving quality of maternal health care by promoting a more client-centered model that encourages peer learning, continuity of service, improve provider-client interaction, and greater encouragement of pregnant women in their own health decisions. As Nigeria intensifies to improve maternal and newborn survival, especially through maternal mortality reduction initiative, which is called MAMI agenda. This is an innovation that improves continuity of care, client engagement, and quality of service becomes increasingly important. Group antenatal care supports women centered by creating opportunity for shared learning, stronger provider-client relationship, and improve uptake of essential maternal health interventions. These approaches directly contribute to improving maternal and newborn outcomes and support our national drive towards safer pregnancy and childbirth experiences. Equally noteworthy is TAConnect continue investment in capacity building for frontline health workers across different programs. Under the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, strengthening the health workforce remains a fundamental pillar of reform. No health system can deliver sustainable outcomes without competent, motivated, and supported health workforce. We also recognize TAConnect's support to development and review of maternal health guidelines and technical documents. National guidelines are critical instruments for institutionalizing quality, ensuring consistency in service delivery, and translating evidence into actions. These efforts contribute directly to our initiatives. As Nigerians advances implementations of MAMI, strong technical guidance and coordinated action will continue to play an essential role in accelerating reduction of maternal mortality. In addition, TAConnect supports to child immunization programs, contributing to strengthening primary healthcare systems and advancing child survival. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate progress, we must remain focused on work ahead. Nigeria continues to face significant challenges in maternal, newborn, and child health outcomes, inequalities in access, and pressures on health systems. The reality demands that we move beyond isolated projects towards sustained system transformation. And it is under the Health Sector Renewal Initiative and MAMI's agenda, our collective priorities remains clear. 1, strengthening primary health care and integrated services, service delivery, and uninterrupted community supplies. 2, to accelerate reduction in maternal mortality through evidence-based interventions. 3, improve quality of care across all levels. 4, build and retain a skilled healthcare workforce. 5, expand access to life-saving maternal and child health services. 6, institutionalize innovation that demonstrates measurable impacts. 7, strengthening accountability and use of data for decision making. And the last one is mobilize sustainable domestic and partner financing. We therefore call on partners to continue aligning support with government priorities and to focus on building sustainable systems that endure beyond project timelines. TAConnect's journey over the last 5 years demonstrates the importance of partnership, innovation, and implementation support in advancing national priorities. As we look to the future, the challenge before us is not simply to sustain programs, but to sustain change. Let us continue building systems that delivers quality, scale innovations, and improve lives, and strengthening institutions that ensures no woman, child, or family is left behind. It is on this note that on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, that I congratulate TAConnect on these milestones and wish the organization continuous success in supporting Nigerians' journey towards stronger health system and improve health outcomes. May the next chapter bring over greater innovation, stronger partnership, and more sustainable impact. Thank you so much, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ozzy. Good representation there. Before we move on to the next item, I actually saved this specially. Let me quickly recognize some people before this special mention. We know that Dr. Joe Abba is here from DAI. He will be addressing us immediately after the tea break. You're welcome. Dr. Andy Enyo from IGIS, we're also welcoming you. Thank you so very much. Dr. Chidi Anyao from Project Hope. Thank you so very much. And of course, I have mentioned earlier my sister, Dr. Funke Fashawe from Chai. But I saw Dr. Ann from Pishan, yes. She's here with us. Thank you. Well, we wouldn't be here today, but because the founding members believed in what TAConnect can do to strengthening the health systems. I deliberately saved them before we'd listen to the guest speaker speak to us to introduce them. And I'm proud that it's a mixed grill. We have with us Balarabe Gaya and Dr. Victoria Agbara, Pioneer Incubation Manager for TAConnect. Because they believed in what they are doing, the commitment that both of them showed to the very foundation of TAConnect is why 5 years today we can look back with pride. Again, a very warm congratulations to both of you. Especially when we look at it that a Nigerian child, a baby who survives 5 years, has, it has all the tendencies to live on. So thank you and congratulations to both of you. We're now going to listen to our guest speaker. I call him my brother, who is also still in communications, still in my own territory. Not that I mind, because he comes up with very good poems. He's an award-winning physician. He's a development strategist. And he sits on a table where I'm very, very proud to, each time we met, whether in this country or outside this country, to be introduced alongside with him. I'm talking about the Director General, West African Institute for Public Health, my brother, Dr. Francis Ahindo, who is our guest speaker today. Please, let's welcome him very, very warmly. He was one of the very first people to arrive in this hall this morning, and that's what he's made of. Timeliness, commitment, perseverance, resilient.
Thank you very much, Auntie Moji. She's my aunt. And let me say I will stand on existing protocol, but I would not fail to recognize two women in this room. Auntie Moji, who has been a friend, a mother, an aunt, and everything you can think of over the years. And of course, Dr. Lillian Nomnachi and her team. When I say Lillian, the team behind you is powerful. And for me, I think when I was asked to give this keynote, I was a bit worried because I shy away from celebration where people ask you to come and talk about that entity or that person, because often you want to just give accolades just for the sake of making everybody happy because it's a celebration, very African. But for me, I agreed. Just like my brother Oniru was talking about, I serve on the board of White Ribbon Alliance Nigeria as the vice chair, and I remember when we were trying to, the team were trying to get a grant from TAConnect. It was like walking through the eye of the needle. And what Oniru described was exactly the same thing we had to go through. And it changed my perspective about, he said a lot about TAConnect. And I'm happy I've connected with you here today. Yes, so I want to talk about what I call the geometry of grace. TAConnect and the choir revolution at the front line of motherhood. That's the talk I'm going to talk about, really. I didn't want a presentation per se, but just a few things that came up in my mind. Decisions, ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually slipping away from the age of global health. I don't know if some of you know that. We are slipping into translational health governance. It's quietly creeping on us, but I've said this in different fora, but that is where we're going to. Whether we articulate it clearly, but the architecture of it will be defined by organizations like yours and TAConnect. How the shape of that will be. A lot of donors are moving backwards to see what is the best buy for development. And I think some of the things that come out clearly from when the chairman was talking of the board, even the Ministry of Health, shows those clear nexus across some of the key things that will divide translational health. And as it is, one of the things that's happened to Africa since 2017 is the fact that Africa now has a health agency. The Africa CDC, I mean, when it came out, it was a baby of the pandemic, headed by Nkengason. But Africa CDC, as of 3 years ago, officially became a health agency. And it's no longer just a pandemic structure. And what it has done for Africa is that it's been able to weld a gap. What is that gap? The gap is the gap of Emro and Afro. For a long time on the continent, we've had this dichotomy, which I say is a dichotomy based on color, where you have Emro, Eastern Mediterranean region of WHO, and Afro, which is made up of most of the other countries that people look like me and some of us here. So, but I'm not making any racial slur here, but I mean, this is the reality of a post-colony that we inherited. And so for me, I'm very Pan-African. So when there are opportunities to be able to do things differently, I'm very excited. And that's why I'm also excited to be standing here talking about TAConnect. Because TAConnect is doing things differently. And is connecting all of us here today to see those different things it has done. So 5 years ago, TAConnect was probably, or 7 years or 8 years ago, was probably just an idea. It was a single microscopic seed in the fertile but challenging soil of national health landscape. It did not begin with a loud bang, like some of the performative fanfare that we often see in development spaces, but with a deliberate, quiet resolve. And those things are important. How they start are very important. In fact, I was talking to somebody about TAConnect. The person said, up till yesterday, he has never heard of TAConnect before. And I said, oh yeah, you're going to hear about TAConnect. You know, but those things are important because there is a particular kind of quiet courage that belongs to those who look at a vast, fragmented landscape and choose not to despair, but to build. Some of the foreigners who incubated, who chaperoned or midwifed TAConnect are in this room. And I must commend you people. You did a great job. Your baby has left the nursery. So, and today, as we gather to celebrate this 5th anniversary or 8th anniversary, whichever you choose to look at it from, we are looking at a fragile sapling. We're not just looking at fragile sapling, but we are looking at a sprawling, deep-rooted majesty of a young Iroko tree whose branches stretch across the length and breadth of Nigeria. 19 states, as they say in Nigeria, is not moi moi. Yeah, so in our botanical taxonomy, for some of you who did biology, as probably one of the unfortunate people who also studied biology, we are inundated with so many Latin terms. The Iroko, for Africans, is a majestic tree. So I use it as a kind of metaphor. So, and the botanical name is Milicia excelsa. It's a beautiful name. Milicia honors the man, Milicia, a scientist whose hand of discovery led to the name. Although I'm sure Africans knew Iroko before the man. But you know, like that Mongo Park story and discovering River Niger, we go through all this all the time. But whatever it is, he gave the Latin name, or the Latin name was given in his honor. But excelsa is pure Latin, and that interests me a lot because it stands for lofty, it stands for sublime, it stands for elevated, it stands for distinguished. And what we have before us here is relatively all of those things. is a name reserved only for that which towers above the forest canopy commanding the landscape. TAConnect, may you continue commanding the landscape in the next years ahead. Yet, the fascination of the Iroko tree lies in its origin. Unlike the large, self-contained acorn of foreign oaks. You know, when I was growing up, I'm a Jos boy. Some of you who are in this room, who is a Jos boy here? Or Jos girl? Raise up your hand proudly. Just sight. So, yes, she's one. You know, when we were growing up, who remembers those days when NT was young and also there used to be this advert by Nasco Biscuits. It will tell you from the acorn. From the acorn became an, what was it? From the acorn that sprouted became the oak tree. And one day I asked my mom, what is an acorn? What's an oak tree? He said it's a kind of tree in one kind of foreign land like that. I said, okay, good. But since then it's stuck in my head. And I think the metaphor for me is, in this case, I won't use the oak tree. I'll use the Iroko. So forgive me, it's very African. Yeah, so to witness TAConnect is to understand what it means or what happens when that tiny seed meets an uncompromising discipline of execution. This remarkable journey from microscopic botanical particle to a lofty, sublime giant has happened under the stellar, clear-eyed leadership of Dr. Lillian Anomnachi and her team. Please give them a round of applause. And I must add FAPH after her name because she's a fellow of the Academy of Public Health, which I used to be president. If you're a fellow in this room, please raise your hand up. All the fellows in the room. One is behind me. Yes, so this is very important. That's the Africa we want. The Africa that weaves its own narratives, you know. So, and tells its own story. So, and it's not one that we keep dealing with the talk about perpetual emergencies. It can be an indigenous narrative of deliberate, towering transformation. Let me posit my thoughts around 6 pillars. Please bear with me. The first pillar is what I just mentioned, the weave of transformation, from assistance to architecture. This is important because recently I actually wrote an article from dependency to dignity for the EU under the European University Institute. They have this publication they call the CADMOS, the platform, EU Ideas. And I was looking at the architecture of development, and this just came out like 2 weeks ago, the publication of that particular thing. And I was looking at this architecture of this transformation of development space in Africa and how some of the things that we overlook are very, very critical for Africa's development. So when TAConnect emerged in whichever one you want to choose, 2021 or earlier, 3 years earlier, so whichever one, pick. But the point was that the conventional wisdom in development often leaned towards traditional technical assistance, a polite phrase that too often means flying in external experts, what we call short-term technical assistance, to patch up broken walls without ever fixing the foundation. That was technical assistance. TA chose a different, more dignified path, systems transformation. They understood that you do not build health security by creating parallel universities alongside the state. I'm sure director from MPACD will agree with me that. But you build it by embedding yourself with existing architecture running through government systems and strengthening them from within. Like the roots of the militia excelsa, which wrap deep around the bedrock of the earth to stabilize the entire forest. TAConnect embedded this in our local structures. Look at the footprint that has been woven across our nation since 2021. It is a tapestry that spans 19 states, from high-density urban Lagos to the sweeping plains of Kano, Kaduna, from Nasarawa and Niger to the fragile conflict-affected terrains of Borno and Yobe, through Bauchi, Gombe, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Edo, Jigawa, Sokoto, Kebbi, Zamfara, Adamawa, Taraba. With these numbers, you win a presidential election in Nigeria. Yeah, so it is not just a geographic footprint. It is a clinical and systemic lifeline encompassing one, integrated maternal, newborn, and child health, MNCH services, featuring group antenatal care, GANC, and optimized immunization protocols. It includes institutionalizing of bundle care to tackle the terror of postpartum hemorrhage. It includes seamless integration of reproductive, maternal, newborn, and child health and adolescent health services into orphans and vulnerable children platforms. It includes a deep structured commitment to health system strengthening, HSS, that's my area, at the foundational level of primary health care. Then my second plank or pillar is 5 years of measurable transformational outcomes. We live in a world that loves numbers, but in public health, we must remember that numbers are not abstractions. They are lives. Every digit in TAConnect's ledger represents a mother who saw the dawn, a child who breathed easy, a healthcare worker who found their dignity restored through competence. The qualitative evidence. Let me read out some numbers for you, please. Just bear with me. 5 years of numbers. The metric and intervention areas, then the quantitative impact and achievement. Group antenatal care, over 1 million. Actually, 1,028,766 pregnant women enrolled. 81,473 cohorts formed across 1,542 supported facilities. That's some numbers there. Facility delivery. 90% of women enrolled in GANC delivered safely within a health facility. I'm happy, although he's not been formally introduced, my good brother, Permanent Secretary Camille, Dr. Camille is here. I remember when we had T-SHIP in Sokoto State. I'm not saying this because he's here. I wanted to talk about it. It's just that incidentally, he walked in at the right time. We did a study in Sokoto State under T-SHIP. You say T-SHIP. I'm happy Dr. Gertrude Odezugo is here too. That study, if you remember, we had over 80% of women who did not deliver at the facility. And out of these numbers, 3% of them, those who delivered at home, delivered with no one present. Why would women be dying? Imagine a woman who is already in some form of reproductive compromise or one form or the other, or starts bleeding, and she's delivering alone in her house, in the village. So you can imagine why we have some of those humongous numbers in terms of women who die at childbirth. So, but I think if you correlate that with the work that TAConnect is doing alongside other partners, I'm not saying they did it alone, and the government of Nigeria, because sometimes we tend to think that the government of Nigeria does not bring anything to the table. It's a big lie. The government of Nigeria brings most of what we have on the table, actually. But unfortunately, the narrative often that, the bureaucracy and the slowness of government tends to overshadow its performance too. And then we shout the ones that move very quickly, and it becomes the story of the day. But let me say that workforce capacity building, TAConnect has evidence that it has trained 6,100 agents and generated 270,000 completed facility referrals. That's also very interesting. In terms of zero-dose immunization, it has, to its credit, over 65,000 children vaccinated within 8 months across 15 local government areas, including 10 critical zero-dose LGAs. 15 local government areas is significant in a country of 744 local government areas, if you include area councils in Abuja, which 700 and, is it 60? 50, thereabout, right? And then you talk about systemic infrastructure, 807 facilities strengthened for operational efficiency, 3 state primary healthcare development agencies supported with advanced government policies. Although I need to learn what advanced government policies is, so I'm hearing that for the first time anyway, but with policies. All right. Postpartum hemorrhage emotive management. They have to their record 5,900 workers trained, plus workers, 400,000 women reached, 6,801 PPH cases treated across 7 northern and southern states. The deep shift, transformational change. As impressive as all these numbers are, the true magic of TAConnect lies in transformational outcomes. This is very important. The shifts that alter landscape permanently, achieving true states of excelsa, like the Iroko. And this includes things like reclaiming the antenatal experience. By implementing one of the largest scale-up of group antenatal care in WHO Afro region. I don't use the term sub-Saharan Africa, please, so forgive me. Because for me, it's anachronistic. It does not exist. So those of you that like writing big stories and writing sub-Saharan Africa, there's nothing like that as far as I'm concerned. It's a colonial construct. So I'm saying WHO Afro region, just so that peace will reign. So by grouping women of similar gestational ages, care is now anchored on 3 beautiful pillars. Self-care, where women learn to check and understand their own blood pressure and weight, regardless of literacy. Participatory learning and peer support. This has rewritten relationship between communities and health facilities in a way that cannot easily be undone. Then I can talk about de-escalating the terror of bleeding. I mentioned that area. Postpartum hemorrhage has long been the silent thief of African motherhood. TAConnect shifted PPH management from an isolated individual clinical skill to an institutionalized team-based response utilizing the E-motive package. They introduced calibrated blood loss drips and simultaneously bundled treatments. This means that when a mother bleeds, the facility responds as a synchronized orchestra, not a frantic solo act. Through sovereign alignment, at the national level, TAConnect did not seek to plant its own foreign flag. Instead, it aligned its entire programming with the government-led maternal and neonatal mortality reduction innovative initiative, MAMI, which has been mentioned here previously, and provided critical structural support to Safe Motherhood branch of Federal Ministry of Health. This is what true health sovereignty looks like, supporting the state to lead, coordinate, and scale innovations. Then the third thing, continue bearing with me, please. Let me not be between you and your tea break. State level impact, the local realities. I understand some of the state commissioners will soon join us, but let me talk about it. When you transverse the states, you see how these macro policies translate into distinct local triumphs, spreading out like the vast canopy of the militia, the Iroko tree. Lagos State. In the high velocity context of Lagos, TAConnect accelerated emotive strategy for PPH, GANK, while deeply analytical M&E system assessment provided the data infrastructure necessary for a highly responsive urban health system. Kano State. We saw how management capacity transforms performance. Facility managers received competency-based training across 7 domains, backed by standard job descriptions and handbooks. This operational efficiency was paired with an immunization project that aggressively tackled, tracked, and reduced zero-dose children across 15 LGAs. You know how big Kano is. Elegantly blending nutrition, wash, and family planning. I can go on and on. Borno State, Nasarawa State, but because of the brevity of time, I will not mention anyone further. But I'll go to the 4th one. I told you there are 6 pillars, so we're on the 4th one. Alignment with national priorities and health sector reforms. As the Director General of West African Institute of Public Health and Chair of the Africa Future of Health Commission, I look at TAConnect and see the very embodiment of the future we are advocating from across the Africa region. We are currently in an era of profound health sector renewal in Nigeria, driven by sector-wide approach and universal health coverage compact. The philosophy of SWAP is clear: one plan, one budget, one conversation, one voice. TAConnect did not wait for SWAP to become fashionable. They had been practicing its principles since 2021 by prioritizing MAMI LGAs, building the capacity of skilled bed attendants, improving emergency transport systems, and eliminating supply chain bottlenecks for maternal health commodities. TAConnect has shown how a technical partner can cleanly plug into a sovereign national vision. The 5th one, the horizon, emerging opportunities for growth. You know, but as grand as Militia Excelsa is, the Iroko does not stop growing. And I hope TAConnect does not stop growing. When it reaches the top of the canopy, it continues to adapt, to cast a wider shade, to weather new seasons. As we look to the next 5 years, I ask that TAConnect looks towards the future in these key areas. Some have been mentioned by the board chair and some of the partners here: mental health integration, climate resilience, comprehensive wash in clinics, digital health architecture. Then the 6th one, the trust dividend, bridging funding with impact, a crucial reflection of business of development. I'm told that my time is short, so we must speak candidly about money in development, but that probably is a conversation for another day. In conclusion, let me say Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie once wrote that the rejection of single stories is what allows to regain, rejection of single stories is what allows to regain a kind of paradise. And I agree with her. For long, the single story of healthcare in Nigeria, and indeed Africa, has been one of deficiency, of brokenness, of what we lack. But today, looking at the 5-year journey of TAConnect, Dr. Lillian FAPH and her team have given us a new story. It is a story of competence. It is a story that proves that we do not need to import foreign timber to build our house. We have the Militia Excelsa growing right here in our own soil. It's the story of 1 million mothers handled with dignity, of thousands of healthcare workers standing tall, of data guiding human hands, and of tiny microscopic seeds that carry the spirit of a giant. To the entire team at TAConnect, to the state governments who are here present and the federal government of Nigeria who opened their doors, and to the partners who provided the fuel. Thank you for showing us that it's possible when we stop whispering about our challenges and start organizing our strengths. Happy 5th anniversary, TAConnect.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Francis. That's the stuff he's made of. Thank you for making that a learning curve. Thank you also believing in the fact that we can have transformational outcomes that will change the story of health sector in Nigeria. And of course, TAConnect. Thank you for connecting so rightly and evidently. We'll move on quickly. I'd like to introduce one of my favorite directors, whom God has moved to become a permanent secretary, Ministry of Labor, Dr. Camille Shoretire. You're welcome. I didn't recognize you. You're looking more like like an Oba. So thank you so much. Okay, we'll think about that. We also have the endorsement of the World Health Organization, and we have Dr. Joy Ufere here. Dr. Joy Ufere from WHO. You've been here. Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's ensure that, especially if it's a woman, bring it on here. We're moving on quickly, and I have to reverse the earlier commitment I made to my audience. That is, I'd like now, please, to ask you patiently to listen to Dr. Joe Abba. It's important that he speaks to us from DAI. He does not have enough time to wait until after tea break. But Dr. Abba, you know that anytime you want to speak, we have to allow you, because of the history of TAConnect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Auntie Moji. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize that I'm standing between you and tea break, but I get drawn into all sorts of things. I made the mistake of letting it be known that I was part of the team working on reforming the NYSC. So I've been taking abuse on behalf of the federal government since yesterday. And I was also, I believe, on the panel that selected Dr. Shoretire as a permanent secretary. And one of the things we had asked them to do was to use AI to extract a circular from the internet, format that circular into Word, and present it to us. And one of the things we did was to ask all of the participants for their feedback on the process. Those that passed said, "Oh, this was a really good initiative. I enjoyed doing it." Those that didn't said, "You people are just wicked." I'm not going to take very long. I just want to quickly give you a very brief history, because I saw TAConnect from when it was on a piece of paper. And so to now see some of the impacts that Dr. Hanidu has been talking about is truly humbling, actually. I want to commend the Gates Foundation for the initiative. And at the time we started, we had disparate support going to the States. And you'll have Bill Gates come to Nigeria, and a governor, Bill Gates will say to a governor, "Oh, we've spent $50 million in your state." And the governor will say, "Where?" And so we thought it was best to consolidate all of this and have a technical assistance platform through which support could be provided to states. But a lot of the language in all of these discussions, I had no familiarity at all with them. I don't know what is zero dose. And although I'm called doctor, I'm not a medical doctor. I always argue with my medical doctor friends that most of them, their degrees say Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery. And I say that my own says Doctor of Philosophy. So who's the real doctor? But then once I see blood now, I'll run. So a lot of what the foundation wanted to achieve was tough, actually. It was difficult. They wanted to improve group antenatal care. They wanted to improve primary health care. They wanted to improve nutrition. And a lot of the history that the foundation had been interventions, like polio. You go and give somebody an injection, you vaccinate the person, they go away. Working through the system is actually a lot more difficult. Working with the governments, working through systems, making sure that things are put in the budget, that the money is actually released, that is much, much harder. And so I thought, how do I go about this? And I want to commend some women, some of whom are in the room actually, because the first person we got was Dr. Victoria Albara. And I said to her, come and help me interpret all of these things that had been given to me by another woman from the Gates Foundation, Dr. Charity Chenge. And if you know Charity, you know that she is uncompromising when it comes to her demand for excellence. And then after Victoria had worked with us for about 18 months, setting up the whole system, we had to write manuals, we had to interview for staff, we had to design logos, we had to register it to the Corporate Affairs Commission, we had to open bank accounts, the whole thing. We then went through quite a process to try and identify the first substantive executive director, Dr. Lilian Anomnachi, who makes me proud every day. There are many other women. There's Dr. Bola Oyeledun, who also partnered with us in a couple of the states in which we worked. And what all of this has done, all of this has brought us to where we are today. And what it has proved to me, being someone with 12 sisters, is that whenever you have anything difficult to do, give it to a woman. Happy birthday, TAConnect. I'm very proud of you. Thank you.
Wow, the last is the best. I am unrepentant. And so when you speak about the strength and the capability of a woman, it excites me. Another round of applause for these strong women. Just letting you know that if you are a party-carrying member in this hall, let them know that women can do it better. Maybe we will not be in the woods of some of the things that we see today. But seriously, TAConnect, congratulations. Let's loosen up a bit as I call on Justice Alili, who is going to give us spoken word. He's a spoken word artist. Yes, okay. Okay, he's a man. We work together. Please, let's welcome him very, very warmly.
2019, the Gates Foundation didn't plant a seed. They set a compass, and they named it Technical Advice Connect, aka TAConnect. The mission: redefine how help travels, not as a handout, but as a handshake, because warmth and care is tactile. In Kaduna, a mother waits, clutching hope like breath. In Kano, a newborn fights to fit into a world that feels connect appears. strength at the system level, and service until the last mile. Because a plan in Abuja means nothing if the clinic in Bronu still has no light. We partner with national and subnational governments like a drummer and a dancer. States set the beat, funders hold the drum. Together with the state, we articulate these health issues. We find the solution. We bring the skills, we sharpen the tools, all for reproductive, maternal, newborn child, adolescent help, plus nutrition. High impact is the goal. Data-driven is our target. Because every data point is a heartbeat. Our compass points 6 ways. Our core values, trust and accountability, like the bond between a mother and a child. Excellence, because good enough is never enough for a first breath. Teamwork and partnership. No bridge stands on just one pillar. Respect. We meet people where they are and not where they might be. Innovation, cost-effective solutions for this context is not copy and paste. Sustainability, we build bridges that stand even after we leave. This is our story. About 8 million breathing stories beiged into 19 states of motion by TAConnect. The vision is global. The impact is local. Sustainable health systems that saves life, that is our mandate. We support governments to build systems that do not break. From grant to ground, from policy to pulse, from Abuja to the most remote communities in Nigeria, where help doesn't just arrive, it stays till the end. So today, we pause the code to honor the coders. We highlight the vision to celebrate the visionaries, to those whose faith, foresight, and fire build the foundation TAConnect stands on today. We see you, we honor you, we rise on your shoulders. You've installed hope and belief into our homes, so when it comes to conversations about health and those in whose hands our future should rest, I'll beat my chest and say, TAConnect. And to those of us who are still sitting on the fence, those who have been endowed with the power and resources to do and fail to do, I say to you, awake from your slumber, massive in number, as brave as thunder, as courageous as hope, as audacious as faith. I see potential in your gaze. How does it feel that everywhere you go, you see the seeds of your potential splattered all around about you? This is for you. It is for your worth. It is nothing less than divine. It's for those who survive, who get up, who scream even when the undertakers try and tap their dreams, who shout no, who cry yes and feel the glory of victory boiling through their chest. It's for lovers of love, for thinkers of peace, for walkers of justice, filled hands of freedom whose voices ring high when vibrations are low, for the tillers of the earth and the seeds they sow. Grow big, grow long, rise and take your stand, because we need you. Your contributions and partnerships will go a long way in advancing health systems. So brace up, stand up, pick up your slacking wherever you're lacking. Let divine remembrance be your backing, for you have been endowed with the power and potential. So regain your glory. Let's shine your light. Let love it lead you, and remember your plight, for divine remembrance is heavenly sight, and you are a hero, transformed, reborn like a bright and lustrous sun rising from the eastern horizon, as intense as the noontime. So 5 years don't waka, TAConnect still they carry go. Nobody waka, no God goes through. So this is a clarion call to you all. Join us. Partner with us. volunteer with us as we move the health system from one level to the next. And to TAConnect, we salute you. Keep staying ahead. Keep being the best. And see you at the top. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Justice Alili, and this is my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Very deep. Very profound. So as we reflect on the past, let us look ahead with renewed purpose. The next chapter invites us to think bigger, collaborate deeper, innovate boldly, so that together, man, woman, we can build health systems that are stronger, smarter, and more sustainable for generations to come. Let's break for tea. See you soon. See you in 20 minutes.
Check. Check. Check.
Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. Be strong. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother. A stronger nation. A healthy baby. A brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving mothers, saving babies, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, building systems, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. Saving others, saving babies, changing lives, fighting strong, we rise, What are we building? Resilience for systems. What are we creating? Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother. A stronger nation. A healthy baby. A brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving mothers, saving babies, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, building systems, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. Saving others, saving babies, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, What are we building? Resilience for systems. What are we creating? Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. TAConnect. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. Be strong. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation, a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving mothers, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, we rise. Building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect, saving others. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, fighting strong. We rise, we rise. What are we building? Resilient healthy systems. What are we creating? Fighting strong. Hey, 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 hey. Fighting strong. Hey, 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 hey. Fighting strong. TAConnect, saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. Connection and love, connection and love. TAConnect, 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect, saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Changing lives. Be strong. Be strong. We rise. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation, a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, we rise. Building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect, saving others. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, fighting strong. We rise, we rise. What are we building? Resilient healthy systems. What are we creating? Fighting strong. Hey, 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 hey. Fighting strong. Hey, 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 hey. Fighting strong. TAConnect, saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. TAConnect. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. 5 years strong. 5 years strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation, a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving mothers, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. 5 years strong. We rise. Building systems that can last. Training leaders for the future. Data and action. Creating solutions. TAConnect. Saving others. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. 5 years strong. 5 years strong. We rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? TAConnect. Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems,
A nurse who showed up before sunrise. A question was being asked far from this room. How do we make sure Before there was a name, there was a problem. Technical assistance in Nigeria's health system was often expensive, fragmented, externally driven, and short-lived. The expertise arrived, things worked for a while, but
a stronger nation, a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. TAConnect, saving others. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Changing lives. 5 years strong. We rise. Building systems that can last. Training leaders for the future. Data and action. Creating solutions. TAConnect. Saving others. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. 5 years strong. 5 years strong. We rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? TAConnect, saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. TAConnect, 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect, saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Changing lives. Be strong. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect, saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, fighting strong, we rise, What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? TAConnect, saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect, saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect, saving others. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? TAConnect, saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. Connection and TAConnect, values of impact. Yeah. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. TAConnect, saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Be strong. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Money, saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect, saving others. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? TAConnect, saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. Connection and TAConnect, 5 years of impact. Yeah. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. TAConnect, saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Money, saving others. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. Building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect, saving others. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? TAConnect, saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, change of impact. Yeah. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. TAConnect. Saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. Be strong. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving mothers, TAConnect. Saving babies, TAConnect. Changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. Building systems, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect. Saving others. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, fighting strong. We rise, we rise. What are we building? Resilient healthy systems. What are we creating? Healthy communities. Fighting strong. Hey, 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 hey. Fighting strong. Hey, 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 hey. Fighting strong. TAConnect. Saving mothers, saving babies. Building systems, changing lives. Connection and love. Connection and love. TAConnect. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. Be strong. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving others, saving babies, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. Building systems, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. Saving others, saving babies, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, we rise, we rise. What are we building? Resilient healthy systems. What are we creating? TAConnect. Saving mothers, saving babies. Building systems, changing lives. TAConnect, 5 years of impact. Yeah, 5 years of impact. Yeah, 5 years of service. Yeah, 5 years of service. TAConnect, saving mothers, saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. I be strong, I be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation, a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, we rise, we rise. Building system that can last. Training leaders for the future. Data and action, hand in hand. Creating solutions across the land. TAConnect, saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, we rise, we rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. 5 years of impact. Yeah, 5 years of impact. Yeah, 5 years of service. Yeah, 5 years of service. TAConnect, saving mothers, saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. I be strong, I be strong. We rise, we rise, we rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation, a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, we rise, we rise. Building system that can last. Training leaders for the future. Data and action, hand in hand. Creating solutions across the land. TAConnect, saving others, TAConnect, saving babies, TAConnect, changing lives, changing lives. Fighting strong, we rise, we rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. 5 years of impact. Yeah, 5 years of impact. of service. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. Saving mothers, TAConnect. Saving babies, TAConnect. Changing lives, fighting strong. We rise. Building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect. Saving others. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves. Together we are making it happen. TAConnect. Saving others. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. Building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. TAConnect. Saving others. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Fighting strong. We rise. What are we building? Resilience of systems. What are we creating? Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, TAConnect. 5 years of impact. Hey, 5 years of service. Hey, TAConnect, saving mothers. TAConnect, saving babies. TAConnect, changing lives. I be strong. We rise. A healthy mother, a stronger nation. A healthy baby.
Thank you very much. Would like to call the house to order again. Can we please invite other participants out there? Can we please deploy the ushers to invite participants, colleagues to come in? Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the house to order. We are in celebration mode with the theme driving this event today: strengthening systems, scaling innovation, and sustaining change. A clarion call to action that reminds us that meaningful change is not created by an organization alone. It is built through collaboration, driven by innovation, and sustained by people who believe that every community deserves quality health care and every system can be made stronger. We kick off this next session with our brother. Himself has been in the system. He can speak to TAConnect, how far the journey was, maybe one of the insights he had that helped him to scale the PAMSEC exam and made him a success. Welcome with me the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Labor, Dr. Camille Shuretire, my own brother in whom I am very well pleased. He has a short remark for us because I know that they're pulling him everywhere, and labor, you have to be at the center of it. So he will give us a few moments of his time and he would leave us. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, Auntie Moji. I didn't listen to the established protocol, but good morning. Good for the rescue mission. You supported us for the Calabar National Council on Health in the face of some challenges then. I appreciate what you have been able to do. And also to thank all our other partners who are here, who supported me while I was DHPRS in Ministry of Health to achieve what we've been able to achieve together. I know a lot is happening, a lot will still happen, but just be rest assured that you have a strong partner in the Ministry of Labor and Employment. As the permanent secretary there, we'll be able to see what we can do together to make things better for our citizens and also to make the country healthier. Once again, thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Before I bring on our next speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that online we have participants. Across Zoom, YouTube, and Facebook, and this is coming to them live. Thank you very much for staying on and be part of this purposeful celebration. We move on now. Technical Advice Connect, TAConnect, had a foundation. And that foundation is what has made it so strong that counting 5 years on, strong, smarter, and more sustainable for generations to come. We heard from Dr. Abba of her contribution to the very beginning of TAConnect. She's here today to give a short remarks of those days, a reflection of those days and what and where we are today. Welcome with me, Dr. Victoria Agbara, the very first incubator of this 5-year-old baby.
So much fun. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are we tired after tea break already? I'd like to start by saying I will stand on existing protocol. And thank you all so much for being here to honor TAConnect. I am immensely proud and honored to be here today. It's not often that you see a seed that you planted grow to become such an oak. And honestly, it just fills me with immense pride. Reflections on the days we started. Oh my God. Yeah, it was that was a tough one. So, you know, when you're starting something, there's a lot of, everything is in flux. There's a lot of chaos. You're trying to make sense of it. But we had some wonderful partners. We had a brilliant blueprint. So Gates Foundation had actually contracted some partners, Solina, Chai, Fungesie, and HSDF. So they actually drew up the blueprint that we followed. So that made it a little easier for us. So we had that roadmap, and we simply tried to implement what they had started. I would also like to acknowledge the state support we got. One of the first people that I met in the work we're doing, because as we built TAConnect, we were also starting the work with GANC. And we started with Kaduna State and with Kano. And back then, Dr. Tijani, he was here earlier, was immensely helpful in getting us into the work in the state. And since then, that trend has continued. Unfortunately, I did not meet a lot of people because a lot of the work that I did back then was remote. We started TAConnect just as COVID hit. So I had barely done 2 months in the office at DAI, and we had to go into lockdown. So for the next, 8 months or so, most of the meetings, the work we're doing was online. But somehow, miraculously, we managed to do that and still managed to reach people in the communities. So I will keep this short. I know we're running late and we've got a lot to do today. Thank you so much for this honor, for letting me see this. Thank you so much to Dr. Lillian and her team for the immense, tremendous work you're doing. Yesterday, I happened to join the meeting with WCA. Dr. Foma was in Kano. And I was able to hear firsthand how much the work we started had expanded. So it had gone from TAConnect to like 7 new innovations, including emotive. It's amazing, really. And to know that this is having an impact at the end of the day on our women, you know, saving lives. That is enough to make me really, really proud. Thank you for this honor. Thank you so much for the work you've done. And thank you all for being here. God bless.
Thank you for your good job as well. I'd like to give a special mention to the Special Assistant on Health to Mr. President, Dr. Salma Ibrahim, who is unable to join us. We thought she would be able to do that, but she has been ably represented since the commencement of this event by Dr. Aminu Yakubu. Thank you so much, Dr. Aminu. Please, let's recognize our sister in absentia. We'll now have a video clip. Can we have the lights dimmed for the video clip?
Every number in health begins as a person. A mother, a newborn taking a first breath, a nurse who showed up before sunrise. "5 years ago, a question was being asked far from this room. How do we make sure care actually reaches her in a comprehensive and cohesive manner? Before there was a name, there was a problem. Technical assistance in Nigeria's health system was often expensive, fragmented, externally driven, and short-lived. The expertise arrived, things worked for a while, but then it left, and there was a return to status quo. The answer was a hub, one-stop shop, context-driven, cost-effective, and Nigerian-led. In 2018, 3 partners were asked to design it. By the end of 2019, it was signed and underway.
TAConnect brings some kind of paradigm shift and disruption to the way donors have funded programs previously. That when we receive a request from the state, what we do is sit with the state to articulate this request and then find the best partner that is suited to providing them support through a competitive and transparent process. Then we go ahead to fund that partner to work with the state in filling whatever gap has been identified, and we also ensure that all our partners who are working in the state imbibe the principle of capacity building, right, and not capacity filling. It makes for a more sustainable intervention when the partners have gone.
From idea to institution, TAConnect took shape, even as the work was already underway. State by state, the engagements opened, across Kano, Kaduna, Nasarawa, Gombe, Lagos, and Niger. A rapid response facility went live. An independent review committee was established. In February 2021, TAConnect was registered as a legal entity, and in March, its first executive director was appointed. And on the 1st of July 2021, TAConnect stood on its own. Governance, operations, and finances fully its own. Independent, TAConnect did what it was built to do. It reached scale. It led the largest scale-up of group antenatal care in globally. More than 1 million pregnant women across 1,500 facilities in 7 states. Antenatal care delivered individually, but in cohorts/groups. But the gaps went further. So TAConnect strengthened the systems a health center runs on via a 7-prong approach which ranged from data management, supply chain, HR, financial management, etc. More than 65,000 children reached with vaccination services. It also reached the children the system had missed, with life-saving vaccines and nearly 13,000 caregivers in Kano's hardest-to-reach communities. With the Federal Ministry of Health, it took life-saving maternal innovations to scale, reaching 400,000 pregnant women and treating thousands for the leading cause of maternal death. And it built its own infrastructure, a grants management platform connecting hundreds of providers, and an internal system to run it all on data.
Most of the functional support to states are really technical assistance because we don't, deploy people to go and sit in the facilities. And so it's important that whatever we're doing builds capacity and doesn't just feel capacity. And then by the time they pack their bags and go, the state is back to square one. So it's important that, what TAConnect is doing in terms of the approach is really key, that a state's demands, and then TAConnect works with them to really, really articulate the actual need and then supports the states to address that need.
TAConnect had earned the trust of more than one funder and was ready to evolve. TAConnect had always been a hub, diagnosing the system's gaps, co-designing the fixes. Today it works through 2 reinforcing modalities. As a grant maker, It channels catalytic funding so governments and partners can test, build, and scale what works. And at the last mile, it delivers services directly, piloting innovations, generating real-time evidence, proving models that government systems can adopt and sustain. Implementation feeds strategy. Strategy sharpens implementation. One continuous learning loop. It shows up at the last mile now, in Gombe through Embrace, and across 15 states through Thrive, proving and scaling what works.
My aspiration for the TA Hub for the next 5 years, and that one, that the TA Hub and then the TAConnect is established as a credible organization where they can access specific TA around primary healthcare, where they can trust the TA Hub to provide capacity building support. And the second is that also the TAConnect continue to earn the credibility and respect of different strategic priority team across the foundation, so that those strategic team continue to see the value to request TA through the TAConnect, to achieve their Nigerian goal.
5 years ago, TAConnect was a question in a room. Today, it is the answer in 1,000 health facilities.
I think with the approach we're seeing so far and the results that are accompanying that approach, it's promising. It's early days yet, but it's very promising, and we think they're on the right path.
For them to sustain and start thinking about approaching other sectors as well, apart from primary healthcare component.
From an idea to an institution, and only now reaching its full purpose. Bringing care all the way to her and building resilient health systems.
Beautiful. Evidence-based. Another very loud round of applause. Well, we're going to be listening into TAConnect journey and milestones. A woman of substance, a woman who has the can-do spirit and gets it done. Welcome with me, our very adorable executive director of TAConnect, my sister in whom I'm very proud of, Dr. Lillian Anomachi. I got that right? By the way, a medical doctor. Thank you.
So, good morning, everybody. And let me join my voice, standing on all the already existing protocol, to welcome each and every one of you to TAConnect anniversary event today. I'm truly humbled and grateful that all of you in this room just found the time out of your very, very busy schedule to make it here to celebrate with us. We do not take it for granted in any way or form. We could have called and you could have told us you were busy. There's nothing we could have done about it. So we really, really appreciate you. And a lot has been said about how TAConnect started. And it has been said by people who are not worthy of tying their shoelaces, if I may say so, from the design side, from the conceptual side, from the design side, from the people who really did the hard work in the early days. So, and as the documentary that just came before me had said, 5 years ago, were actually conceptualized by then Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, now the Gates Foundation. We're an idea in the room. And then we were handed over to 3 of the strongest partners the foundation had at that time. Incidentally, I've worked for 2 of those partners. I think it's only Selena that I haven't worked for. I worked with HSDF at the time that this design was being done. I've also worked for CHAI at some point in my development journey. So these three partners sat down and did a thorough job of coming up with a design, to design an organization that will address most of the problems that had been identified, you know, and TAConnect was a result, or is a result, of that design. And as a new organization, we had to go through midwifing. So we're incubated by DAI under Dr. Joe Abba. I'm sorry he had to leave, but we also appreciate him being here earlier on. So they helped us to take our first steps, and the first TA Hub manager, Dr. Victoria, has spoken. So it's been a journey, and it's not been a one-man journey or a one-person journey, you know. But I think that process has brought us, or gave us, the foundation on which we stand today. We are partnering with both national and subnational governments to strengthen healthcare, health systems, and deliver high-impact interventions across both the maternal neonatal health continuum of care, and also strengthen the systems that actually support this service delivery. Even though we started as an idea to foster a critical shift in the delivery of technical assistance, using what we term the bottoms-up approach, so sitting with states to articulate what their problems are in a quantifiable manner and co-design solutions. So it wasn't a matter of TA being flown in with preconceived ideas. We have continued to do that through a lot of our partners that are seated in this room, including our three design partners. It wasn't all, we didn't have it all together when we started, and we tend to say the ship was built as it was sailing, you know, and what we've tried to do is just to lay out like a timeline diagram to show from when the discussion started. And that was why when Onyeka stood there, she said, we are celebrating 5 years, but it's been almost like an 8-year journey, because discussions were had, design was done, incubation was done, before we could actually stand as an organization. So we went through that incubation phase and started services right from the beginning of the incubation phase, to the point where there was the July 2021 full transition, where we now stood as a fully independent organization. Following that, however, we've continued to evolve. I like to say, if you're not evolving, you're dying. So we'll continue to do what we are created to do, and then some, you know. So we've continued to evolve, we've continued to expand, expansion in terms of our states where we work, the program areas, the donors whom we have engaged, and things like that. So we continue to do that. Our scope, we've worked in immunization, we worked with Pfizer Foundation in Kano State, and that's where we're able to intervene with over 60,000 zero-dose children, and that was just across 14 of the 44 local government areas in Kano State. So I say that to say we are doing a lot, but there's still a lot to be done. And we do not in any way wish to convey the perception that we can do it all, or we have done it all. A lot has been done, a lot remains to be done. So we have transitioned from a TA Hub to TAConnect, from a primarily grant-making organization to place where we are now. Next slide, please. Who's in there? Yeah. Please continue. Yeah, where we are now and what we have tried to do is show how our programs have grown both in scope and in terms of geographical coverage. So from scaling up group antenatal care, the group antenatal model of care, which was our flagship program at the beginning, alongside health system strengthening, we have continued to scale maternal and neonatal health interventions, to scale health system strengthening interventions, including equipping managers of the health facilities to be able to better manage their services within their health facilities and their systems, so that at the end of the day, beneficiaries will have better care. To also strengthen their monitoring and evaluation systems, we've been funded by partners. Our primary donor was the Gates Foundation. We've also had funding from the Pfizer Foundation, Bloomberg Philanthropy, and the United States government through the Thrive project. So we continue to grow and expand. In terms of our group antenatal care work, we worked again across 7 states initially, following a multi-country pilot which involved Nasarawa State. We scaled this to Kano, Kaduna, Lagos, Yobe, Borno, and Niger states. And I think in the space of 2 years, we were able to reach over 1 million women. We also ended up having the highest number of group antenatal facilities delivering group antenatal care services globally, actually, not just in sub-Saharan Africa, with over 81,000 cohorts of women formed. And one of the key things I like to emphasize with the group antenatal model of care is that aside from the obvious benefits, the retention of the women in care, the fact that fertility delivery amongst the cohorts was up to 90%, compared at the time when the national average for fertility delivery was still hovering around the 40s and things like that, was the fact that it provided the women immense satisfaction, you know, and psychosocial support, and actually made them participate in their own care, and they saw the value in that. As part of scaling up the services for maternal and neonatal health, we also helped to expand the emotive bundle of care, intervening in postpartum hemorrhage, and we supported, and that was at different levels, supporting the government to institutionalize the approach, which was adopted by WHO, which was also meant to scale, and not just the emotive bundle, but other maternal and neonatal health interventions, which had also the introduction of carbitocin, the multi-nutrient supplements, and other interventions for the mother. So all of these improve the quality of care of maternal and neonatal health services along the whole continuum, both for the pregnant woman and the infant. And with this program, and we are doing that across, supporting the government of Nigeria to do that across 4 states as the lead implementing partner, those states being Lagos, Gombe, Borno, and Kaduna. And that program, which is still in the process of being scaled up, it has already reached over 400,000 pregnant women, you know, with the use of the calibrated drapes to make sure that the diagnosis of PPH is not subjective anymore, and there's early and bundled intervention. Next slide, please. So if you were to ask what has been our highlights in the past 5 years, I think our growth is one of the things we would like to put forward, and the fact that we internally have, as I said earlier, have implemented the largest scale-up of the group antenatal model of care globally, not just in sub-Saharan Africa. We've also supported our support to government both at national and subnational level, especially in institutionalizing interventions, life-saving interventions and high-impact interventions is also one of the things we want to highlight. And even as a grant maker, a grant provider, one of the things we did early on to make sure that there was great objectivity in the way our grants were administered, and named the TAPAMS, which is Technical Assistant Provider Portal and Awards Management System, which managed our grants objectively from beginning, from when we're sending out the request for proposal to close out. So we did this, and using, of course, the independent review committee and panel as was needed. Of course, we've had to expand our bandwidth. TAConnect was initially designed as a very lean organization, but as our programs grew and our geographical spread grew, with offices now in several other states, we've had to expand. And of course, the fact that we evolved from a single TA hub to where we are now operating what we like to term a hybrid model of service of delivery, where we still function as grant managers depending on what is required, and we are also able to implement at the last mile. So we like to highlight some of those things as what our journey has been, key highlights for over the past 5 years. Next slide, please. Of course, our donors, we wouldn't be here without our donors. We wouldn't be here without our partners, the state governments, everybody. But particularly, we would like to say that it's the money that makes everything possible to a large extent. So we started with a single donor, the Gates Foundation, who are graciously still funding us. And we foundation that funded the immunization work we did in Kano State. The US government, which is funding the work we are doing on the Thrive Consortium with CCCRN as the lead partner, and Bloomberg Philanthropies, which is also funding the work we are doing in two states, Gombe and Borno, in the area of maternal and neonatal health too. But where do we go from here? Next slide, please. So we want to continue to evolve, right? We want to continue to grow. We want to expand, have footprints on more states, and even in the African sub-region. We also want to, we have already started implementing beyond the primary health care. Well, so in some states, we're working both at primary and secondary levels of care. We want to do more in the area of immunization, gender, nutrition, WASH, which we have also done a bit of. And today we had also mentioned mental health, climate change, and things like that. And we also want to continue to grow our donor landscape in spite of all that is happening in the fiscal space globally. We need to continue to attract and work with more donors and more partners, not just donors, more partners. We've worked with a lot of partners, and we look forward to, I think at this point that the funding landscape has changed greatly. No one partner can do it alone. I think now more than ever, we need each other. We need each other to bring different areas of expertise together, and you have more efficient use of whatever minimal resources are available. So I'm just going to end here, not to overspeak. I insisted that the documentary goes before my speech so that you can see and I can just come and say a few words. So once again, I end by thanking you all for coming and look forward to working with each and every one of you more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think she deserves another loud round of applause. Thank you. We're moving on now very quickly to the panel discussion titled Strengthening Partnerships for Impact and Sustainability, Why Stronger Partnerships Matter Now. But just before we start, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we have some commissioners of health in the House, particularly, I'm sure, in the implementing states. Dr. Murtala Bagana, Commissioner for Health, Niger State. I'd like to welcome you. Would also like to welcome my sister, Commissioner of Health, Kaduna, Hajia Umma Kautini Ahmed. Like to welcome my son. They come in that category. Dr. Gaza Gwamina, Honorable Commissioner for Health, Nasarawa State. I'd like to take a quick trip to Borno State and introduce the Commissioner for Health, Borno State, Professor Baba Malam Gana. Also to introduce Dr. Muhammad Lawan Gana from Yobe State, Commissioner for Health. We have some executive secretaries, primary health care also with us. Executive Secretary, Primary Health Care, Borno, Malam Muhammad Arab Al-Haji, you're welcome. Dr. Shuaibu Abdul Rahman, ES Primary Health Care, Gombe State, I'd like to welcome you. Professor Bello Yusuf Jabo, Executive Secretary, Primary Health Care, Kaduna State, I'd like to welcome you. And if you're thinking of, coming to Abuja and you want to stay permanent, or you want some quick interventions to ensure that you enjoy the health and the environment sector of Abuja, we have the mandate secretary here, my sister, Dr. Adedolapo Fashawe. Aha, she's here. So for the best in FCT, you better see her before you leave. But seriously, now as we move on, I'd like to invite the moderator, whom is going to invite his panelists. Welcome with me, Dr. Ufoma Festus Omobi, Chief Executive Officer, West and Central Africa Health Options. If you give Dr. Ufoma any assignment, I can assure you go to bed, not just in the physical, even in the social standards. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mommy. Thank you very much, Mommy. Can you put your hands together for Auntie Moji? The best auntie you can ever have. Those of you who are claiming to be her son. She said I was her son, no? Lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a very interesting conversation today. First of all, introduction. Let me thank Dr. Lillian and her team for giving me the opportunity to do this. I don't know why they chose me to do this, but I believe there is a purpose which we are going to find out in a minute. I loved when they described the fact that TAConnect was incubated and they are 5 years now, and they are doing greatly well, and they are in a fantastic trajectory. Great ambition. I just love the regional dimension that they spoke about. Where they are going to will require partnerships, and that's why this conversation is very important. The other importance of the conversation is that TAConnect is practicing what they've experienced. The global seismic shift that happened last year threw the spanner into a lot of organizations. And the predecessor to the organization are now lead and run, that is called WCA Health Options, was one of them. It was called Options before. The organization chose to exit not just Nigeria, but the global development space because water don't pass Gary financially. And things are not the same again. We have to adopt an unusual approach to delivering the impact we have seen, real impact. Some of you were in Kano with me yesterday, virtually, some were there physically like Damilola. And you could hear the story. All of you met me and were telling me, oh, and Dr. Victoria spoke about it. Real stories, real women, real providers. What has been restricted and limited to tertiary facilities for the first time in our republic, so many firsts, congratulations, was taken from the tertiary level, given to an organization like ourselves, a young organization. And we took it to the primary healthcare level. And I tell you, we did it very well. We did it excellently well. You know why? Because the Commissioner for Health and his entire team said to everybody that attended that session yesterday worldwide. Can you put your hands together for TAConnect? So thank you for bringing me here, because I'm somebody that is living the experience of TAConnect. I incubated them. They took us, they trusted us, and they are building us up. And we are very excited about it. Now, we are here today because things have changed a lot in the sector. What happened last year has shaped things and requires a different approach to work. And a lot of us, our organizations, would need to really do things differently. And I see a lot of us trying to do things differently. So today, we have brought together a panel that is going to tell you from their lived experience how we should look at partnerships in a different way. We are going to be looking at how we can not just only hear from people who have read it from the textbook, from people who have lived it, who are doing it, and who will have something to share. So I want to encourage you to keep your ears and eyes open as I welcome to the podium first Dr. Anne from Pishan. She'll be joining us in this conversation. She's going to help us understand a few things, what the mood of the private sector is like, and what partnerships mean to them. We are going to discuss a little bit. I also want to welcome my sister, Dr. Funke Fashawe. Please, can you come and join me? Then from the SWAP office, we have my brother, Muntaka, who is ably represented by Dr. Ganawa. Dr. Ganawa, are you here? Put your hands together for her. Did I murder the name? Oh, I murdered their mother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Welcome. What's the right way to pronounce it? That's what you wait for me. Gamfwa. Gamfwa. Put your hands together for Dr. Gamfwa. Also join me to welcome my brother, Chibike Alaboso of Nigeria Health Watch. Can you make him welcome? Technical, is the microphone working for them? So I'm going to take a seat. Yes, I'm using this. So thank you very much, panelists. I was telling Dr. Ann this afternoon, earlier today, I was saying that today we are going to take this conversation to a different level. We are not going to go with the books. And you get why. We have the right people in the room. See, these people are spoiling my day. They've shortened our time. Thank you very much. Okay, now, first things first. Can you just tell us one of the biggest single things you have seen around partnerships in the last 1 year? Just in a minute. I know that we've been talking about partnerships from different levels, right? Just take 1 minute just to speak, each of you, just 1 minute. What has changed? What is evolving? What is different from what you have seen in terms of partnerships since the last 1 year? Can we start with you, Anne?
Is it not working?
So I think in the last couple of years, partnerships are beginning to evolve. People are becoming more strategic around how they think, and the physical or the changing landscape in terms of resource mobilization has also forced people to begin to think differently as to how they can work together to get more results for the kind of resources we're mobilizing. That's what I think.
Dr. Funke?
I mean, I think, just as she said, partnerships are no longer optional. They are essential to surviving, and they are important for being able to deliver results going forward. So I think it's no longer a case of do we need to partner, it's we have to partner, we have to align, we have to work together. And so what's happening now is you're finding all of us in this ecosystem jointly developing and agreeing on our values and what the North Star is, right? So defining where we're going together.
Dr. Kamfua?
Try this.
Good afternoon, everyone. So from the government perspective, sitting on behalf of Dr. Montaka, who is the National Coordinator of the SWAP office, I echo my voice with the first two ladies who have said that partnership is evolving. In a government perspective, we're seeing concerted efforts to align to priorities set by the government. We're seeing a lot of inclusion. We're seeing a lot of partners coming together and rallying around, and reduction in fragmentation, to be honest. Rather than siloed, fragmented efforts, we're seeing consolidation. And these are all behind the reforms that have been set by the government. And so far, that's what we've been seeing in the past couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Foma. So from what we are seeing, from the work we are doing at Nigeria Health Watch, working with communities, I would say a lot of shift around partnership with dignity, where communities are demanding that things can't be done without them. So even if you are partnering, you're also partnering with respect. You're not partnering from the sense of you are powerless, right? There's some partnership with agency given to the community. So they also have a seat at the table and they're also contributing. They are not just receiving.
Thank you very much. So I think that sets the tone for us to now go deep into the conversations today. I want to start first with by Dr. Funke. You work at CHAI. CHAI is a global organization. And fortunately, you are the vice president for program integration at CHAI and also the regional director for West Africa and also the country director for Nigeria. One person. From these experience, from what CHAI is doing, what are some of the lessons that are relevant for Nigeria in particular? Because we know that doing work in Nigeria requires a different dynamic completely. Pilots, approaches that have worked in different markets, even partnership styles that have worked elsewhere may not work here. So what are some of the things that you think in terms of partnership will be relevant for Nigeria right now, given where we are as a country?
So thank you very much, Dr. Foma. I think that from experience, what we're seeing is maybe two things. One, there's been, of course, with the declining funding, the natural tendency is everyone to say, oh, localize, go local, build local capacity and all of that. But I also think that we shouldn't discard the years of investment and capacity that has been built in international organizations, right? And so I guess what we're seeing is that the international partners do have a lot of institutional knowledge, capacity from things that have been tried before. And we shouldn't be trying to reinvent the wheel by, lots of assessments, lots of formative research. But how do we learn from what they've done? And then the second thing is, as we move towards localization, it should be transition. It shouldn't be a sudden, we no longer need these foreign people, let the locals do it, because it does take time to build that capacity, right? So I think for Nigeria, the benefits we have is we have very strong indigenous partners that have their hearts in the right place and still need to be supported. And so one of the things I want to believe we can learn is leveraging stronger partnerships between global health NGOs, local NGOs, and having a mindset of sunsetting global over time and allowing the locals to really take ownership and to drive. Now we're seeing donors start to drive that at their level. And so I think government itself, with the priorities, with sector-wide approach, is also in that same line of thinking. And so again, the role of partnerships is even more important now in how we start to learn from what's been done and use that to continue to improve how we address public health challenges in the country.
Thank you very much. That's very fantastic, because one of the different things we observe about the
is before the partnership is formed, the exit strategy needs to be clear. We're not going to be at that table forever. So what's the exit strategy? When we're leaving, who are we leaving things for? What's the level of involvement of the communities and of the government? How does this partnership align with the government priority? And that's why I'm so excited about the sector-wide approach in terms of how it clearly maps out the one plan, the one reporting platform. It gives everybody a sense of direction. And so if the partnership must work, then we all have to be strategically aligned from the get-go.
Thank you very much. There's something you mentioned there when you talked about exit strategy. Who is exiting to where?
Projects are not for a lifetime, they're for a period. So even if the project is going to transition to something else, there has to be a clear exit strategy as to how we're leaving. We must exit at a point. And so even if we're evolving to something bigger or something wider, the exit from one phase to the other has to be clearly defined.
Thank you very much for that. You mentioned SWAP as you spoke. And so I will come to my wonderful sister, Dr. Gafunwa. The funding landscape is very interesting. It's shaping a lot of decisions at the moment. Yesterday, the Commissioner for Health in Kano made glowing commitments about what his government will do around funding the work. The interesting thing was that when he left, his ES for the PHC agency called a quick meeting and said, we heard what our boss said. We need to get it right at AOP levels. He was very I really love Prof. He was like, we heard what our boss has said, but all of what he said wouldn't be possible if you guys at the career level do not put this thing into into the plans. And we need civil society to help us with accountability and pressure to make sure that the funds are released. So speaking from the lens of SWAP, with the pressure for resources to be owned, frameworks are there to ensure that, because it's not what historically you guys are, you are used to doing. What frameworks are there that the public, that everyone was supposed to know, that are applying to ensure that your approach creates a partnership that will deliver the impact as you seek to achieve?
Yeah, thank you very much. So it gives me great joy to hear how almost every speaker that has come up has referenced the NISRI reforms, the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, that is anchored through a SWAP approach. And that is, in essence, what defines partnerships. It is making sure that what we need to do to achieve the health outcomes that we all want, whether at a government level, a private level, a CSO level, or a donor level, is that we rally around together and make sure that there's an inclusive, coordinated, and now government-led approach. So through the SWAP approach, what we have, you might call it a framework, but what we have tried to tighten is through what we call the compact. In 2023 of December, Mr. President led most of the governors, the 36+1 governors, as well as international partners, to sign what we call a health accountability compact. So it is a partnership that defines the role of each and every one of the stakeholders in driving the health sector forward. And that is not only anchored on the SWAP approach, but also a renewed commitment to strengthen our government-led system through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. In 2014, we had a breakthrough by signing a National Health Act that brought about decentralized facility financing through the BHCPF in reaching almost every mile. So that compact really was to strengthen that approach around how do we rally around all our concerted efforts to reaching the last mile. However, we realized in 2025 that our priorities are expanding. You mentioned donor landscape, more autonomy to states and local government. So we extended that compact. We've now included the local governments, the private sector, the traditional leaders, because grassroots and gatekeepers within that to hold and keep all of us accountable. And there are a lot of incentives around that. Things around what the government will do, what the development partners will do, as well as what other key stakeholders will do. So that in itself is an anchor that we hold all ourselves responsible for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really love the way you ended up with accountability. And I think that's where I would love my friend from Nigerian Health Watch to speak about, how many of our communities are aware of what is in that compact. The last time we got a red letter, what did that mean for communities? Who is holding who to account? When you look at what Dr. Funke said about how we need to operate in an approach that blends both international and local partners to deliver work. And Dr. Ann was very clear that if you need to succeed, there needs to be accountability. There needs to be clarity on what value is on the table. That's what makes the private sector the private sector. It's not about the commitment. It's not about the passion. It's not about the willingness or the problem that's on the ground. Is what are the metrics here? So from your perspective as Nigeria Health Watch, as you watch Nigeria's health, can you let us know accountability? How can we repurpose accountability for now, where there is scarcity of resources, where there's a need for us to work differently, where swap office has come up with those compacts, even up to local government level, even at traditional rulers level. Where is the accountability? How should we engage?
Thank you so much, Dr. Foma. So I'd like to start by saying that accountability is an action word. So it's not, yes, we use it a lot in the space, but it's an action word. So it demands
Organizations. Are we putting round pegs in round holes? So if we can move some of these needles around in the next 12 months, we can be in a better place. That we may not be where we want to be, but we definitely won't be where we are currently. Managing that expectation driven by data is extremely important if we must move the needle in the next 12 months.
Thank you very much. I love that. You mentioned data. It's very important. Dr. Funke, I would love to hear a little bit more from you about equity, mutual beneficial accountabilities, or in partnerships. Yeah. What would be the actions that organizations like TAConnect should be taking? Local organizations that are in this context, who are very strong, but some things sometimes used to just play against local organizations. So what are some of the actions you think TAConnect, other local organizations should be taking in our context, if they were to be getting the best out of partnership in these times?
Of course, I think even TAConnect should be lecturing us on that topic, because they were set up to do exactly what you're asking, which is to foster better partnership, foster alignment of TA with what states' priorities are. So I probably should be listening to Dr. Lillian give us the nuggets. But I think, if we apply the relational coordination theory, there are two things which make partnerships effective. One is communication, timely communication, transparent communication, frequent communication. And the second thing is relationships, which is what Dr. Ann talked about, shared values, shared goals, and just being very clear how we measure success, right? So I think partners like TAConnect, other local organizations, should invest more in identifying organizations that have shared values, working towards common goals, and then have more transparent communication. Let's put our cards on the table and find commonalities that help us work together. One of the places where you often struggle, to be honest, but I think that is gradually changing as partners, because you're competing for the same resources. We're always hoarding information. You don't want people to, there's no visibility and all of that. But I think going forward, we have to be more transparent with your personnel costs, your admin costs, the cost of doing business, and so on, because it's that transparency that then allows all of us to align, and we don't fight too much on resource control.
Thank you very much, Funke. We just don't have time. There was a question I wanted to ask you there about resource control, yes. But I would love to hear from Swap Office. Swap Office, how can you help us work together? Because now government now is in charge. You own all the resources. The resources is in your hands, and that resource, both local, global, international organizations are coming to you for that resource. How will you make local organizations strive to be able to access resources? How inclusive will you be? Can you maybe give us assurance?
Well, I beg to differ on the fact that we own our resources, but to the extent that we have visibility into most of the resources, whether it's government resources or partner resources. And we have that through our engagement with the partners and a number of tools and frameworks that we've put in place through our constant resource mapping, our health tracking, and health resource tracking. We're able to see where partners, like Dr. Ann mentioned, what partners have and what they bring to the table. And then back to the compact, which is not just an agreement, but it is an ask and offer framework. So we need to know on every level, what do you have and what can you offer? And then we hold ourselves accountable, which is an action word for us. We make sure that we have visibility and display these kinds of information through what we call quarterly performance dialogues. As a matter of fact, I think one just happened today, this morning, where we open the scorecards for states, for federal, for partners to see where we are, how far we are to the North Star, and how can we work together in achieving that. We also have an joint annual review where all partners are invited and come and we discuss some of these things. But to go down to your question around local content, local talent, what we have now instituted, and thanks to what the Gates Foundation and TAConnect has conceived, is a government-led TA pool. It is a concerted effort to defragment resources, but also have a local focus. In trying to gain efficiency, we're trying to see how we can make the best of our buck. Not necessarily the best of the dollar, but the best of the naira that we have. We are looking at an aligned form of TA pooling where we bring together the resources and we use local content to drive that TA force. So within the next 12 months, we're hoping to deploy that system where states are at the center of putting out their needs, just like what TAConnect is doing, and then local partners with the help, obviously, like Dr. Funke had mentioned, because there's a handshake there, with the help of international partners to deploy those needs in a demand-driven and needs-based setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, local organizations and international organizations and states that are here, are you in that TA pool? Are you ready to participate?
Yes.
It's very important. So, because that's where the accountability starts, and that's where I would love to hear you, Chibike. How can local organizations participate in this partnership approach that she's just described? There's work to be done. They said they have established a mechanism. How should we engage with this? How should local organizations engage with this?
So, for me, it comes down to knowing exactly what the needs are and then finding those opportunities to engage. So this is happening at the national level. So I'll take it down to, because you said local communities, so taking it down to that level. In one of the states that we work, they have the partner coordination meetings, right? But what we've observed is when CBOs that we support or work with come there, they're usually invited as observers, right? But the issues that they are discussing affect you because it comes out to the communities. So essentially it's making a case for why you should also have a seat at the table, not just there to listen. And it also comes down to even those who put those convenings together, the states, the partners, to always be deliberate about giving voices to those communities, because you can't be discussing issues about people with them just listening. They have to participate. So this saying, nothing without us, nothing about us without us, right? So it comes down to that. And when those things happen, also give opportunity for them to present data. I think these are also conversations that have come up today. So they have the experiences, they have the lived experiences, and this helps, break that disconnect between what the policy is saying and what the realities are. So when they want to share their experiences, their lived experiences, those data give the opportunity. And again, this saying, if you're not invited to the table, you create a seat. So my encouragement would be for those communities, the CBOs, the CSOs, to take that ownership as well, right? And not always wait to be invited to speak. So find those opportunities, speak and share your experiences so they can inform the policies and whatever that is being put in place. And my final advice to partners too, and also for us, what we are looking to do better, continue to deepen those relationships by listening, being deliberate about listening, because that does two things really. When you listen to communities, you're also coming with that frame of mind that they have solutions. So you're not just going there to give, right? A body of our work where we do solution storytelling is just deliberately asking what is working around all of these issues that we are talking about. So when you go with that mindset that know, and listen. You find out that these communities also have a couple of interventions, a couple of solutions. Then we can support them to scale it up. And now ending it with what Dr. Ann said. So that's also an exit strategy, because when you work with them, you're able to empower them with those tools, with those scorecards they can use to continue pushing the work even when you are not there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Community, I have I had plans to give you opportunity to participate. But time is not our friend. I was told to wrap up at 2:40. And I've freed 10 minutes. Do you agree we should wrap up the panel session now? Yes, eh? You see now, I'm practicalizing what we are saying, no? Community voices. You say we should end it now. Should we end it? Yes. So we are going to end it now. But let them just use 1 second each. Your last word for the community. Anne, please.
So for the last things I would like to say is, if all of us can move from an individualistic approach and be more community focused, it becomes easier for us to work together as partners. And that way we can move our healthcare from survival mode to delivery mode.
Thank you very much.
Well, my comment is to TAConnect to congratulate them on 5 years. It's not been an easy 5 years, but the fact that you're celebrating means there's another 5, 10, 15 years to go. I think the model of TAConnect needs to be documented more and disseminated, right? The successes and the challenges, because those are the things that would help this community as we think about partnerships, what works, what doesn't work. And I just want to encourage you guys to publish what you've learned in the last 5 years.
Yes, I would also echo those words. I think the vision for TAConnect was conceived even before government took ownership. And I think it's a model that we have now seen a need for. I think it is also a platform for collaboration. We will also need to reach out to TAConnect to understand this model that has been put forward as government decides to take partnership, decides to take leadership and provide strategic guidance. I think the word partnership cannot be overemphasized. And I thank each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So for me, again, to say congratulations to the TAConnect team. For me, that's a practical example of what we always say, taking ownership, not just parachuting technical support, but having it local so that it stays. So congratulations to the team.
Congratulations, TAConnect. This is the end of the session. Last word from me would be thank you. Some keywords that came out is data, accountability, communication. I really love that. And you said constant communication and timely communication, then community voices, always. I want to use this opportunity to thank my board chair who is here, Dr. Charity Chenge. Thank you for joining us. That's the end. Put your hands together. Okay, group picture by us. Dr. Lillian.
Join. Panelists, thank you so much for bringing to focus centrality of partnership. I like the aspect that we need to share what success is all about from TAConnect. Thank you. All right. We move on now after the photo session. I'd like to invite the Chief Operating Officer, TAConnect, Dr. Ochiawunma. Dr. Oji, Dr. Ibe. Yes.
getting positive. Oh, no wonder. I'm not getting positive. Good afternoon. I really want to appreciate everybody sitting on your seat to be here by 2:30, seated with rapt attention. Please, could you applaud yourselves? Thank you so much. My assignment is pretty simple, which is being a pediatrician. TAConnect has passed the child survival era. So it is really an exciting thing to be able to discuss our vision for the next 5 years. In the past 1 month that I arrived Nigeria, I and my ED, we've been to celebrations. APIN was 25, EQs was 25. And it just reminded me of the fact that I was there in the room when EQs ever got their first funding from the USG. And they are here today, 25 years later. That gives me hope that 25 years later, TAConnect is going to be here. And so that vision is what I want to share with you. Just permit me for a couple of minutes to talk to the slides. So we have unfolded, or we're going to unfold a new strategy that will take us to 2030. And we've had the discussions, the health landscape has changed. Our keynote speaker calls it transnational governance in the health sector. That is a new coin. So TAConnect is trying to position itself to be a lead partner, a trusted partner that would respond to the evolving priorities of the Nigerian and also the subcontinent, I would say. Yeah. Oh, sorry, taking us back. Okay. So we want to be a leading hybrid grant making and program implementation partner, such that by 2030, we'll be one of Nigeria's foremost locally led platforms for grant making, program implementation, and health systems transformation. By 2030, we want to be achieving sustainable impact. And what do we want to do? We want to be able to strengthen our internal systems and governance such that all the other pillars that we want to build would revolve around a strong organization. We want to be able to diversify and grow our funding. We want to first and foremost thank Gates Foundation for incubating us and giving us the platform. Being, like I said, again, being a pediatrician, when something is in the incubator, the likelihood that it will survive is questionable. So that we survived past the incubator and we are here today, I want to say kudos to Gates Foundation. But we want to diversify and grow our funding. We want to expand programmatically. We want to deepen stakeholder engagement and visibility. All the conversations about partnerships is one of the things that we're taking to heart. Like they said, we need to, some people need to learn from us, but we are not taking it lightly. We want to expand on that. And we want to be able to build a continental outlook. We want to be able to, by 2030, not only be present in Nigeria, but also on the continent. So we will demonstrate stronger health systems impact, greater financial resilience, national leadership, regional influence, and strategic growth. That's the TAConnect team as we are right now. And that is a team that is going to drive this next 5 years strategy. On that note, I want to issue a call for partnerships. You know, in Africa, we say if you want to walk far, you walk as a team. If you want to walk fast, you walk alone. We want to walk far. We want to be here 10 years, 20 years. And so we are calling for partnerships. We're calling for everybody seated at the tables. We want to partner with you. This time, today, we're not just calling to celebrate. We have already discussed the role of partnerships in Nigeria and our continent. We will not make any impact by fragmented efforts. So do not just support projects, help build institutions. Do not just fund activities. Invest in systems that outlast funding cycles. Do not just partner with TAConnect for what it has achieved in the 5 years preceding, but for what we're going to do in the next 5, the next 10, the next 20. Please, I want each and every one of us to look in your package and pull out our strategic plan. If you have your package with you, oh. Like I said, we are inviting everybody, government, donors, development partners, the private sector, communities, and staff to co-create sustainable solutions and accelerate impact. At TAConnect, we are ready to have that handshake that we are showing there. And with that, I'd like to call on the commissioners here present, all the commissioners of health, because we want to unveil our strategic plan. Our board chair, please, the management, please. All the commissioners here present. Dr. Charity, my ED, that is, no, wait, this is where we're going to be. Yes. Madam Bossa, where is our season? Yes, please, our incubator, our daddy, Dr. Yamis, please join us. Dr. Akin, okay, please join us. Okay. So, on that note, yes. TAConnect senior management team, please. Mr. Phillips, Dr. Lai. Oops, okay. Ilian, you cannot stand behind. Madam Comfort. Put it on the podium. That would take time. It will take time to do that. So I will just give the chair of our board the microphone to cut the ribbon.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, to God be the glory. We wish Technical Advice Connect success in the implementation of this 5-year strategic plan. So, thank you.
To say thank you to all our partners who have demonstrated that together we will achieve this strategy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We're looking on to another 5 impactful years. Congratulations, TAConnect. We're now moving on to recognitions and awards. And we're going to start from individual awards and move on to other categories. In this category, I'd like to invite Hajia Aisha, the ES Kaduna State Health Supplies Management Agency, who is representing the Honorable Commissioner who had to leave unplanned. Thank you. Hajia Aisha, representing the Kaduna State Honorable Commissioner, please, can you step out there? I think we should be on. The first recipient for the individual category is one and only Dr. Charity Chenge. Congratulations. Here.
5 years of service.
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. I be strong. A healthy mother. A stronger nation.
So on behalf of the Commissioner for Health and behalf of TAConnect, we're presenting this award of Visionary Leadership Award to Madam Charity in recognition of your exceptional leadership and contributions that shaped the foundation of TAConnect. Congratulations, yes. And also I will use this opportunity to also thank you for the support to Kaduna State. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Second recipient, I'll call her foundation member. And I would say the pathfinder who God gave the grace to be part of history. Welcome with me, Dr. Victoria Agbara.
Changing lives. I be strong. A healthy mother, a stronger nation.
Again, congratulations, Dr. Victoria Agbara. Congratulations. Let's now have our next recipient, Malam Balarabe Gaya.
Together we are making it happen.
TAConnect, in recognition of the exceptional leadership and contribution that shaped the foundation of TAConnect. Congratulations, my brother.
Congratulations. Thank you. This is what we should thank you very much, Hajia from Kaduna. This is what we don't do most times to honor those who are giving very impactful leadership. Our next set of recipients are going to be so honored by Dr. Yemi Suleiman from Gates Foundation. Can we have Dr. Yemi Suleiman here? This set of recipients are from the board of TAConnect. We'll start with the board chairman, who have always proven that in country we can get it done. Please welcome chairman of TAConnect, Dr. Muhammad Kamal. Congratulations, well deserved.
Creating solutions.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So, on behalf of TAConnect, we are presenting this appreciation award to you in recognition of your leadership, commitment, dedicated services as the chairman, board of directors, TAConnect.
Congratulations, Dr. Muhammad, board chair, well deserved. Next is Mr. John Pilaku.
Change your life, change your life. Fight is strong, fight is strong. We rise, we rise. What are we building?
Welcome, staff.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. So, on behalf of TAConnect, we'll be presenting this appreciation award to you in recognition of your leadership, of your commitment, and of your dedicated services as a member, board of directors, TAConnect. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations. Well deserved. We have two other members of the board who unfortunately are not with us here, but I would mention their names, Menase Igwo and Mrs. Theresa Ejemba, who are both absent today, but I'm sure that TAConnect will connect for them to get their award. The last category is the Yes, this next category of awardees are people that not only threaded the needle, but ensured that the needle moved on. Yes, in the morning we had a house full, but you know in Abuja, there's always the push and pull for other commitments. However, we have two partners here who are still with us. I'd like to start with Chai, Clinton Health. Chai.
A healthy mother, a stronger nation, a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community deserves.
I think Dr. Lillian should do this. Yeah.
So thank you very much. This is a partner recognition award. to the Clinton Access Initiative, Clinton Health Access Initiative, in recognition of your partnership in strengthening health systems and advancing health outcomes in Nigeria. Thank you very much for the work that you do.
Congratulations. I can attest to what Chai is doing. Congratulations. Yes, Dr. Lillian, you'll just please stay around on the platform as I invite the next recipient, Japaiku.
Creating solutions.
So thank you very much. This is another partner recognition award presented to Jopaigo Corporation in recognition of your partnership in strengthening health systems and advancing health outcomes in Nigeria. Thank you.
Next recipient, WCA Health. Next recipient. Next recipient, WCA Health. Congratulations. This is special.
So another partnership recognition award being presented to West and Central Africa Health Options. Yes, in recognition of your partnership and strengthening health systems and advancing health outcomes in Nigeria. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. By way of mention, I'd like to also say other partners that were here earlier in the morning but had to leave. We have the AHNI, Pathfinder, HSDF, Social Capital, Sidani, SIDA, and Project Hope. Congratulations to all the awardees. May you be strengthened to do more.
Saving mothers, saving babies, building systems, changing lives.
I'd like to invite all the honorable commissioners in the house. Please, all the honorable commissioners in the house, please don't leave. Just one more item that's very important to be part of it. We have a beautiful cake here. Yeah? Can we move the cake out? Can we move the cake out? Can I get... Yes. I want all the commissioners, all the ES in the house, please, you'll be joining to cut this beautiful cake that depicts such strength, such peace that is needed in terms of security to make sure that health is accessible, particularly at the facility level. So may I have all the commissioners in the house, all the ES in the house, please. The partners, our chair of the board and board members, Primary Healthcare Development Agency. This is going to be a collaborative thing to do. Dr. Lillian, please can I have you here? Can I also have our COO? Yeah, you're here, fantastic. Some very tall ones like me can go on the stage. So, some very tall ones like me can go on the stage. Yes, you will appear. Okay. We'll do this in phases. This is government, and then we'll bring on the partners after this. Okay. We are all going to say TAConnect for always, right? Are you listening? TAConnect for always. So when I say always, then we cut the cake. Give me a T. Give me A. Together, let us say connect for always. Congratulations. Thank you. The partners. The partners. Not please. Partners and our teams. Our district. The panelists.
Right here, a celebration to last through the years. So bring your good times. We gonna celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
Thank you. Again, I'll just run through it. TAConnect for always. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's have the staff. TAConnect staff, your turn. Staff TAConnect. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. TAConnect. Saving mothers. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Changing lives. Fighting strong. A healthy mother.
The very tall ones like me. It can.
A brighter future. Every community deserves.
Everybody must appear.
Changing lives, changing lives, strong. Building system, training leaders, action, creating solutions.
Thank you very much. So we're going to have to say this together, all of you. TAConnect for always. Congratulations.
5 years of service. 5 years of service. TAConnect. Saving mothers.
The LOC, the committee, the LOC planning committee members.
Change lives, change lives. Strong. A healthy mother,
Okay.
a stronger
Board
nation,
members. All right.
a healthy baby, a brighter future. Every community.
Well, TAConnect always at 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. Congratulations. Can we have the LOC, please? Planning Committee. Chair, please. Chair, please. Okay.
Changing lives, changing lives, fighting strong. We rise, building system, training leaders for the future. Data and action, creating solutions. Saving others.
Thank you. Congratulations. Can we move the cake for the cultural performance? For the cultural performance.
Of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Yeah. TAConnect. Saving mothers. TAConnect. Saving babies. TAConnect. Changing lives. Be strong. A healthy mother.
Can we turn the music down, please? Thank you. Thank you, cultural troupe. One moment. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think a moment like this deserves that we all please remain very, very organized and quiet. I would like to invite the woman who chaired the committee, the organizing committee, and has pulled it through. If you are given an assignment and you ask Abosade to do it, you are in trouble. You must get result. So let me invite on our behalf Abosade. You've done very well as she moves the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to give my vote of thanks, and I'm so happy to be here today. It's my singular honor and privilege to stand before all of us today to give a vote of thanks in recognition of the successful event of the Technical Advice Connect at 5th anniversary. Before I start, I'd like to invite all my planning committee members to be here. They've done so well. I'd like to have everyone here. Yes. So I'd like to have everyone join me. It's a team, and we did it together. Thank you so much. Where's Sunday? Okay, Sunday is coming. Thank you so much. I have the best committee in the whole world. It's my singular honor and privilege as the chair of Technical Advice Connect 5th Anniversary Planning Committee to rise at this closing moment and offer this vote of thanks on behalf of the entire TAConnect family. They say it takes a village to raise a child. I dare say it takes a committed community to mark 5 years of purpose-driven work. And today, that community showed up in full force. To our donors and agencies, to our donor agencies and partners, 5 years of TAConnect will simply not be possible without your trust and investment. You believed in the model. You backed the vision. And today, we celebrate together the impact of the partnership. We remain committed to earning that trust every single day. To the TAConnect Board of Directors, your governance, your guidance, your unflinching belief in this organization has been the compass by which we have navigated 5 years, remarkable years. Today is in no small measure a product of your leadership. On behalf of the committee and the entire team, thank you. Now, permit me a moment of personal privilege. Behind every event of this magnitude is a team that works in the shadows. Early mornings, late nights, countless revisions, and unsung decisions that made the visible magic possible. I have the honor of leading such a team, and I want them to stand as they are being recognized today. In no particular order, to Adetosoye Moses Adebanjo, your strategic clarity and attention to details kept us anchored even when the waters got so choppy. Thank you. To Sunday James, unfortunately we bear the same name. Your dedication and relentless follow through made the impossible feel routine. We could always count on you. To Alima Orji, your creativity and calm under pressure was a gift to this committee. Thank you for bringing your very best always. To Falilat Raji, your energy, your initiative, and your can-do spirit lifted the entire team. This event carries your fingerprint, and we are proud of that. And to our indefatigable committee secretary, Chavala Isa, no meeting went undocumented. No details slipped through the cracks. No deadline passed without your vigilant hand steering us back on the course. You are the backbone of this committee, and we celebrate you specially today. To the senior management team and staff of Technical Advice Connect, you are TAConnect. Not the brochures, not the reports, not the platform, but you. Your daily commitment to excellence, your adaptive spirit, and your passion for the communities you serve is what 5 years of impact truly looks like. To every guest, whether you joined us in this hall or you joined virtually, thank you for making time for this conversation. We hope that what you have seen, what you have heard, and what you have experienced today has deepened your confidence in what coordinated technical assistance can achieve in Nigeria's health systems. As we bring this landmark anniversary to a close, we leave not only with memories and recognition, but with a renewed and sharpened vision. A vision of TAConnect at 10, at 15, at 25, at 50, and beyond. A vision of stronger systems, bolder innovations, and change that endures long after the program's end. The journey continues, and we are profoundly grateful to every partner, every champion, and every colleague that you are part of it. On behalf of TAConnect at 5 Anniversary Planning Committee, I thank you sincerely. God bless you. God bless Nigeria, and good afternoon.
Of impact. Yeah. 5 years of service. Me, I want you to love me. Doro me, baby. Doro me, Doro.
Good afternoon again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, lunch is served. Thank you.
I go shoot my shot to your Joe. So Joe, take my number. You can call me later. Call me later. I want to be your lover.
Ghana girl say she want marry me though. I hope say she sabi cooking. Hope your love will fit past the sheet up. Baby.